You know what you do? You offer incentives for cutting tax. No, you did. You offer incentives for cutting taxes to bring business Psycho. Cancer? Good. You support Dan Bilzerian, a hardcore racist Nazi. You two clowns, go off yourselves. It's okay. You support Dan Bilzerian, a hardcore racist Nazi. You two clowns can go fuck yourselves. He's not bluffing. You're retarded.
James, can you please come to the training and education meetings for New Mexico, because like that is the current breadth of conversation, is trying to figure out how we name different roles and how we include legacy practitioners.
Yeah, I mean, so
Will do.
it's good. It's easy to come in there and advocate for. There has to be, and I don't like comparing it to this, but
I know this ain't gonna last forever.
Now,
Ours bend to my will. Tonight, the cosmos slurs my name by the ancient runes and the power of creation. I command the forces of the universe. Rise with ours. Told me this week there's a short list. I'm John Kitover, Libertarian candidate for Chicago mayor. On February 23rd, 2027, we get to choose a new direction for our city. Let's build a Chicago that God.
Wait, don't get cringe daily. What the we're wasting the time creators having likes or ever will watch and ever experience trouble. That's not a video of a government candidate being handed by him. To be cringe or not to be cringe? Are they getting paid for cringe daily? Is it yeah, we're wasting the time creators having likes or ever will watch and ever experience trouble. Oh, you're an idiot, so let me explain something to you about. You will be arrested soon enough.
I heard Sergey is back and working a bit on AI. What is the involvement of Larry and Sergey these days, and what advice are they giving you?
I talk to them regularly. Sergey is actually spending more time in the office. He's literally coding and,
I heard Sergey is back and work.
every device.
Yes, girl. Okay.
This is why blocking spam calls never stops. What do you mean? It's not just some random caller? No. When your phone lights up like that with unknown numbers, it's not the callers. It's the massive leak behind them. Okay, so what do you do?
Can't beat being dumb.
One more time. I got to hit the streets off, make the streets talk, let them know it ain't a street ball. This gon' be the only joint made this year that'll knock to 2003. And y'all gon' see. Car accident. Don't accept. What is the key to?
Hi, Chicago. My name.
You might not be wrong.
Most investigative. We are an incredibly ruthless country. The amount of murder and mayhem that we've created around the world is just unbelievable. We are when was the take out the trash, and once you get them out, tell them not. we are following for you tonight.
You know the money you get from dinner?
I don't know what most white people in this country feel. I can only include what they feel from the state of their institutions.
Body for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an body?
That's how widespread you think these conspiracies have gone. Yes, that's how mainstream they become. Okay, Egyptian planes.
So one of your categories was inadmissible evidence, right? And I know you're not a lawyer, but you're generally familiar with there are certain things in a penalty phase of a capital case that a victim impact witness can say and certain things they can't say, right?
Sure.
Like you can't express opinions about the defendant, as an example. Why is this sort of coverage prejudicial in relation to her coming on court appearances and whether Mr. Robinson should have the benefit of discovery and her opinion about guilt and the narrator?
He's gonna be found not guilty.
That's how widespread you think.
Very top.
هناك مشاريع كثيرة في العالم هدامة، وللأسف اليوم أن أغلب هذه المشاريع الهدامة موجودة في الشرق الأوسط وفي جوار.
From the Marte Law Office here. The question today is, can I be fired if I decide to file a workers' compensation claim? It is.
Tom, you've invested nearly $500 million in Palantir, a contract for aiding and abetting ICE operations that's kidnapped people here in Bay Ridge. Do you have a response? Like, how? Here's one of the authors of medical malpractice.
I applied to MIT and I was accepted. But then I got this call. I got a call from Wesleyan University. I'd never heard of Wesleyan University. Was, high school student. I didn't know everything. And they said, well, we've heard about you. We'd really like you to apply to Wesleyan. So I made a few inquiries. It sounded, and I said, okay. So, and they said, come down for the weekend. We'll do this for you and that, and go to a class. I don't know. I must have come down on a Friday. Whatever it was, I had a lovely time at Wesleyan. It was a beautiful place. And I was swept off my feet by their, interest and the prettiness of the place and so on. So I applied to Wesleyan, and I was rejected. So there was no choice. I mean, I was destined. I was destined for this place.
Look around my neighborhood, all empty storefronts. There was a Sicilian bakery, a few doors that. Look around my neighborhood.
Due to the stabbing of a police dog during an arrest in Brisbane last year.
Never sue the person who hit you after.
הבאנו הישגים כבירים. חיסלנו את מצבור הנשק העצום של 150,000.
Drink alcohol if you want to destroy your liver, but if you want to cleanse your liver.
Stephen Greer, this is huge.
How you doing, Mr. Greer? I'm a big fan of your work, man. Thank you so much for all that you do. To break it down, what do you want people to know? Like, in just a really short form, what did we need to know?
Well, we're not alone. Only about 10-20% of the objects seen are non-human. The rest are ours. From Lockheed Skunk Works, Northrop, Raytheon. Most of the information on the subject is false, but at the center of it is some amazing information and the technologies that if we could get them out in, poverty, pollution, all that in 15 to 20 years. So, some great consequences. Why?
December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, mother, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately. Through December of 2025.
I was today.
Micro-influence. Just can be pretty crazy, and that they're the businessmen. So when I think about all of these things that in the CIA, we didn't give a hoot about democracy. I mean, it was fine if a government was elected and would cooperate with us, but if it didn't, then democracy didn't mean a thing to us. And I don't think it means a thing today. The true goal of the United States government is control. And they feel that if the United States did not control the governments of Latin America.
I'm Bill Carnes, a real accident attorney. Now, you may have traumatic.
As late as the late 19th, early 20th century, there was a movement called Cosmism. It was sort of around the time of the Soviet Revolution. It claimed that for as late.
While others have doubted
The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety.
I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying. You feel human all the time?
I feel extremely human. I feel like, driven by crazy emotions as much as anybody.
Like, I spend a lot of time talking to Nazis, like real Nazis.
And I know it's difficult to hear.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
The slogan.
By voting yes, I've fixed it.
You spoke to Fire Chief Agro, denies talking to you on that day of 9/11. Can you answer those questions and address the theories against you? Are you aware of testimony of bombs in the building before the building collapsed, sir? Are you aware of that testimony? Sir, there's testimony by Barry. Sir, you don't have to touch me. I'll walk away. All I'm asking is a question. I don't have to be kicked out. It's a legitimate question. You don't have to put your hands on me. But all I'm saying is, no, I'm not. I'm here. The question was not answered. That's why I have a grievance. Larry Silverstein was told not to come into work. That's why him, his daughter, and his son never showed up to work on 9/11. He put an insurance policy on the buildings. Reporters, do your job.
Let me ask you about the mission, because every time I see President Trump, he says this repeatedly, that the election was rigged.
That folks can fix their mouths to say anything. What are you
AIPAC was originally with Jason Friedman. It was widely reported. When he started looking like he didn't have a plan B against her.
As you know, I worked at CNN. I worked at Fox News. I worked at NBC. And in all of those places, If I was to...
You want to sue me, fine. So the primary source of death in Palestine is the fact that Hamas is...
I keep seeing the same recurring types of crime.
What the hell's going on with chemtrails?
He's fascinated by chemtrails. There is a wide spectrum of different operations. They're doing biological and chemical releases on the population to manipulate the environment. But most of the programs are weather modification related. There are heart.
What the hell's going on?
That's how white.
I want to tell everybody how this happened. I sent President Trump some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are...
Look at all of this. I mean, there's hundreds of them. Look at all these old ones, and old is good. They never stop growing, which means more Rita. And look at this mom. She must be 100 meters.
You're breathing without me. An oversight, I assume?
No, this is not an oversight. After your fiasco with Sully, you're done, Colonel. You're confined to base pending an investigation.
Negative on that. I need to roll. Sully will be there, which means that Spider will be there as well.
Don't look at him. He's one step away from the brig himself.
Don't tell him not to look at me.
What are you going to do? Call Daddy?
You mean the chairman?
It's enough.
I can still complete this mission.
Look at you. You're a disgrace to your uniform. Assuming you remember what uniform is. You're grounded, Colonel. Permanently.
Look at all of this.
If nobody else wants to lend you money,
Well, people.
Chicago, I'm John Kitover, your libertarian candidate for mayor. Tonight we're celebrating freedom, community, and this incredible city on the ice. Chicago.
Alexa, where was the original Jerusalem?
South H. At that time, my whole family is wiped out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the Holocaust is big business because Germany so far has given the Jews, I think, at least $200 billion. So it's big business. And some of you are still getting $1,000 a month. And a lot of people don't know this. And then people don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
They was Jewish ships.
South H. At that time,
I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case.
Huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have, in the past, had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. Personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have, in the past, had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have, in the past, had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center.
You ain't lying.
I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have, in the past, had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have, in the past, had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have, in the past, had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, and this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have, in the past, had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. A huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement, And this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA. I have, in the past, had personal contact with an individual who was head of the CIA hit squad. He had over 3,000 individuals around the world he could call upon to go out and kill somebody. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing. I personally investigated.
Idiot says what?
Alexa, where?
And the amazing thing is when you open it and you go like this, you will have an illustration of Mecca with the Kaaba. So it's an original.
Nobody needs a book lunch, do they? Are you serious? Well, a lot of people do quite nicely without them. They just turn on the TV in the morning and get enough news, and an awful lot of people don't read.
Do they really do nicely?
I don't know. I should talk to them maybe more in depth to find out if they are doing nice. Not nicely.
How would you do without books?
Oh, I'd be badly off, but it's my trade. It's my thing. I think it's good for writers to keep in mind that they are writing and always have written for my minority. The world has never been full of readers. They've always been. I've always got these.
The very top programmers were worth 10 times more than the ones right below. There's something special about the mathematical reasoning skills of programmers. Those people will become more valuable, not less valuable, because these systems need to be controlled by humans at the moment.
This is a banner.
In the world of finance, I'm the highest earning person in the world in finance.
You're the highest what?
Earning person in the world in finance.
Wow.
In the world.
So explain that to me.
So I'm a hedge fund manager, and I've transformed my fund into a personal investment vehicle because it makes such high returns.
Wow.
And now it's on the internet on Forbes.
Are your answer?
A prior restraint on speech is widely considered the most serious.
The CNN has a.
Michael Jackson hated Steven Spielberg. This is what makes me think that Michael Jackson was probably innocent because the media destroyed him. The medical industry destroyed him.
I don't care about the bulldozers. I care more about the weaponry. So if they don't want to.
She didn't believe me until I forced it.
And currently there is somebody inside this tank so that you can see what it's like. I think he was in here. Yes, there he is.
In the dark, I injected the acid in my thigh, and when it had floated on the surface, I became non-human, and the terror became energy, total, pure, primitive energy.
The goal is to transcend human perspective, leading to places where science and science fiction merge.
The Holocaust was unbelievable to me that I lost everybody.
Look, I'm going to keep this quick. Can you click the link below and add your name to... Joe, you have my back.
And
Oh.
John.
There goes Morgan.
This kind of AI capacity is shaping the balance of power between nations and all of our security. One former OpenAI executive said, quote, "We're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens. The portals currently exist in the United States and China, and..."
Let me say this. The Democratic Party, taking 2024, going back to 2020, invited a bunch of culture wars into our kids' schools, and we lost. Let me say this.
Their purpose. I think that this technology is the perfect defense against a hypersonic missile. Hypersonic missiles are no threat to the United States. We can teleport a nuke back into the Kremlin. We can detonate a nuke from outer space within 5 seconds of the ICBM taking off. So what are these orbs? These orbs are the most secret superweapon in the United States arsenal. This is the biggest leak of intelligence ever in the
I'm hearing no one paying attention.
Looking for a family? Oh, hi there. My name's Aaron Hill, and I'm the guy that researches how many Jews there are in things. You've probably seen some of my work.
Looking healthy.
Book does not have to make money to make you money.
We help music.
Can't buy me chicken breaks or sports this way.
I have in the past had personal contact.
I can squirt if you love me right. Let this pussy all night. Slide your finger in, I'm so tight.
arresting political criminals is court responsibility. Yeah. Well, fucking had that rest, bro. Hello? Hello? When you go arresting political, it's called responsibility.
Riders inbound. I see that, so line them up. I can't, man. Weapons locked out. I have to have badges. Stand it.
1-6, the 7th Rocket.
Keep in. Keep it down.
Mission accomplished, General. Getting Sonny. Told Rook not go himself.
Not enough for you to hand down the gun. You gotta bring it.
Her pussy is my paradise. Every time I squeeze in, it hugs like a bite. She got lips so sweet, but they ain't on her face. They talk in tongues and drip holy grace. It's wetter than a bayou in a summer storm. She rides me raw like she was born to perform. No need for dinner, I skip the plate. I dive straight in like it's all you can name. I'm sucking on sin, face buried deep where the good times begin. Trees like butter on a Texas toast.
I can't, man. Weapons locked out. They all have
Charity isn't just spare change, it's a change of heart. Equality means every hand gets the same handshake. Community? That's the block party where we all bring...
Her pussy is my paradise. Every time I squeeze in, it hugs like a bite. She got lips so sweet, but they ain't on her face. They talk in tongues and drip holy grace. It's better than a bayou in a summer storm. She rides me raw like she was born to perform. No need for dinner, I skip the plate. I dive straight in like it's all you can name. Oh Lord, I'm sucking on sin, face buried deep where the good times begin. Trees like butter on a Texas toast. A tongue deep coast in the Holy Ghost. I'd sell my soul for another bite. Her pussy is my paradise. Paradise. She queefs like a trumpet when she grinds real low. Got rhythm in her hips like a back row. Oh, she rides reverse like she's taking the wheel. Whispers dirty prayers with sex appeal. She likes it rough, likes to be choked. Said pull my hair, daddy, right before she spoke. She squirts like a sprinkler on the 4th of July. I thought I'd drown, but I came alive. Oh, Jesus!
Eating hot dogs is errands. I'm like, don't forget to order the chocolate milkshake and stuff.
our top story.
Breathing in, breathing out. The river within finds its home. I am Townsend. He sees the calm, and the horizon answers in silence. And quiet the noise from.
Okay, I'm on the world. A new creation. What will the ease? I'm the time.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Crotty Non. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
You stamped our paychecks with a smiling mask. Go to can't go to change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Turn your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attached. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attached. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every beat. Turn that light to the ceiling, to the cracks, to the shadows. Pull back, pull back. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on the giant screen till all tells you to flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Or else what they done against a criminal. The BCU is a mafia propaganda organization. Womanity is a scam. Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Expedition now. Brandon Johnson is the thing. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Yeah, bring Brandon Johnson to CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the top. Transparency. Expedition. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $3 billion to get to $20. The C2 is a propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a cop. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the seat to use the mafia propaganda. Organizational portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organizational portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist and taxologist. All taxation is the public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Elected official, including apparently the president himself. A shadowy government with its own air force, its own navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of potential interests. Free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself. The leaders of this general government trust no one, not the people, not Congress, not the government. It is a vision of a government operated by prisoners. They have a monopoly on truth. Let me make that up.
Friday felt like a shadow. Hope was buried deep. Sky went dark without warning. love was left to bleed. We thought it was over, stone rolled in place. Silence filled the garden where we used to pray. But something in the stillness wouldn't let go. You were still breathing under the weight of the night, still moving out of the reach of the light. Death thought it had you held by one, but love kept beating like a hidden drum. Now the stone is broken and the grave gave way. You were still breathing. Now I'm alive today. Morning came in whispers, tears were in her eyes. She was searching for a body, didn't hear you rise. Then you said her name and the world stood still. In that single moment, death lost its will, and everything that was shattered started to heal. You were still breathing under the weight of the night. Ooh, still moving out of the reach of the light. Death thought it had you held by one, but love kept beating like a hidden drum. Now the stone is broken and the grave gave way. You were still breathing. Now I'm alive today. If you walked out of the grave, then nothing holds me now. If you conquered death itself, then every chain comes down. What was buried in the dark is rising up in light. If you are alive in me, then I am brought to life. Alive again, alive again, alive again. You call me out, you call me out, and I rose again. Alive again, alive again, alive again, alive again. Once you defeated, won't hold me again. Alive again, alive again, alive again, alive again. You call me out, you call me out, and now I rose again. Alive again, alive again. Once you defeated, won't hold me again. Que la vida son dos coplas y una ya la he cantado. Así que dame otro besito y que nos quiten lo bailado. Si la vida es un fandango, me marcaré un taconeado. Y si no me sé la letra, pues lo canto improvisado. Ay, que suene la guitarra y retumbe el taconeo. Que la feria está que arde, vamos a armar jaleo. Baila niño, arrímate más, que esta copla va por ti. Brindemos por lo vivido y lo que queda por vivir. No le debo nada al miedo, ni a las penas, ni al ayer. Hoy me calzo mis tacones, voy de frente y con poder. Que la copla que me queda suene fuerte y con descaro. Que la vida es un suspiro y lo mejor aún no ha llegado. Ay, que suene la guitarra y retumbe el taconeo. Que la feria está que arde, vamos a armar jaleo. Baila niño, arrímate más, que esta copla va por ti. Brindemos por lo vivido y lo que queda por vivir. Que me quemen los recuerdos si no vuelvo a sentir lo que ardía en tu mirada cuando estabas junto a mí. No hay promesa, no hay mañana, solo queda este ti y un te quiero mal callado que no supe repetir. Lunes de alumbrado, farolillos y alegría. Me pongo mi traje nuevo y empieza la romería. Rebujito en mano, taconeo en el albero. Como acabará la noche es un misterio. Ay, que me quiten lo bailado, las madrugadas de feria, los abrazos robados, que la vida son dos coplas y una ya le he cantado, así que dame otra copa, que la feria ya ha empezado.
Shouldn't he be listening?
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President. America, America, USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace, security, all the day, all for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, not 9, hold, let go, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, USA, 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 USA. Justice, love, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace in the deepest of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, let it go, strike the match. USA, USA, USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. 4, 4, 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, hold, let it go, go, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Donald President of the United States, tiny hats and orange skin, kicking that spread over the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. 14 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. United States, tiny hands, and orange skin, kicking master over the universe. Donald Trump, president. No, no, no. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Joy, abundance, and healthy truth and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Overtake and send another 10, hold, let it go, go. Share that, go. Draw the baby sword. Trump, President, United States, tiny hands, and orange skin, and master of the universe. Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Joy, abundance, and healthy truth and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. 14 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, America, America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. President of the
Joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, 11, 10, 9. Let it go. Draw the flame.
This man is every man who stole from you.
Presidents of the United States, tiny hands and hoary skins. Center of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Julia Lewis and her. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, go, go. Frame the master. Draw the flaming sword. President of the United States. King and Star of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, nothing but hell. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, let it go, go, go. Back to the master core. Draw the flaming President of the United States, tiny hands and hoary skins, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. For 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, go, go. Strike the master, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, mighty hands and orange skin, King and Master of the universe, Donald Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. For 10 seconds, 10, 11, 10, 9. Let it go, go, go. Strike the master, draw the flaming sword. President of the United States, tiny hands and hoary skin, King and Master of the universe, Trump, President of the world, America, 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 USA, 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 justice, law, and God, joy of oneness and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day, for 10 seconds, 10 of 11, join your life. Let it go, 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 strike the master, draw, draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Freedom, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold on, 10, 7, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, let it go, 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 strike the master, go, draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, let it go, 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 strike the master, draw, draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States, tiny hands and orange skin, king and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God, joy, abundance, and health, healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, let it go, 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 strike the master, draw, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, let it go, 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 strike the master, draw, draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. USA, 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 USA. Justice, law, and God. Joy, abundance, and health. Healing, truth, and peace. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Tiny hands and orange skin. King and master of the universe. Donald Trump, President of the world. America, 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 America. You say, just as Lord God, joy among earth and heaven. He lives and take the beaches, break the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Oh, they go, strike the master
is they want to have one Christian and they have a team of like 5 to 6 weird atheists all attacking, over talking, and then asking like a question on top of question before you can even answer the first question. By like 2, 3 multiple atheists at one time. So it's like your dogpile. And so if I were him and I was putting down the audience and then just bringing out one other Christian, that's what it seems like.
Hi, everybody. I clicked the button here.
I would argue the opposite. I would say it's Muslims and Christians are.
Hi, I clicked the button where it says ask to speak, and I would like to be put in the queue.
What question did you want to ask?
Yeah, he has a question he has to ask.
I recently opened up a new room called Are You Not for God? And I'm hoping that the contrasting audiences and communication will finally help us settle this difficult question once and for all.
What's the question that you think is being answered?
Well, I think that you're doing the same game or show that I do and that Donald does in the Prove to Me the G0D ? Exists room, which is it's a trick pony show. Meaning, like, imagine having a show on CBS, Netflix, or et cetera, called Prove to Me God Exists. And for years, it's the Gong Show. People come in and they try to prove to the audience and to the host that God exists. And then the host hits the gong and they chuck him off the stage. And then the new one comes in. So technically, it's religion is the boy who cried wolf. But the boy who cried wolf works every time. It does not degrade in authenticity as people hypothesize. The boy who cried wolf scam works every single time. I am complete.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, I would like to ask Mullen. I don't really like to ask.
Really quick, well, before he leaves, I want to acknowledge how John is. See, he does that. He'll come up, he'll concisely, present his position, and then he politely moves himself down to the audience. I think it's brilliant, and I really appreciate that, John. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to do the same thing, please.
Well, no, because I might have some follow-up questions, Kitty. I had a question about Jesus and his nature. Is there anything that I could ask you that you might be able to answer for me?
They didn't even get to talk. Okay.
Just really quick, because I know you want to talk about joy, right?
Yeah.
The fruits that you learned. Did you learn about the fruits and joy in church today? Is that right, Kitty?
It's not like the first time, but I think that I learned more information about it, and it gave it more context, made it more palatable to understand the importance of joy. And yeah, I mean, I can talk to you more about it if you want.
Could you just tell me like maybe some key points that you covered?
So we had like a lesson plan, and there's 3 main points, and that he wanted us to know, and it's things that we need to grow in. So like of the fruits of the Spirit, it says, but the fruits of the Spirit is joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things there is no law. So basically it says that like, just like if it was apples or oranges or something like that, you can eat too many apples or too many strawberries or whatever. But you can, what it's saying is that of joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, you can have, the Bible says you can have as much joy as you want. You can have as much peace as you want. You You get as much kindness as you want. And so what happens is that like bad things happen to everybody, maybe at your job, or you lose a loved one, or you battle with addiction, or you know somebody that, you know, is hurting. And all those things like deplete your joy, right? And so God wants us to grow in our joy. And so the 3 ways that he has us grow in our joy is through salvation, love, and our future. And so he gave 3 scriptures that went along with salvation was in Psalms 51:12. And it says, restore to me the joy of your salvation and grant a willing spirit to sustain me. Now we can talk more about that, but I just don't want to talk too much. So the second one was grow in, stop it, Banjo. Grow in the joy of God's love. Jeremiah 31:3, and it says, the Lord appeared to us, sorry about my dog, in the past saying, I have loved you with an everlasting love. I have drawn you with unfailing kindness. Now he's really talking about Israel and the people of Israel, but that has like held true through time. And you know, he wants to love us. And by us just, instead of pushing back his love, accepting his agape, like godlike love, which is like he's only made human beings able to accept like that amount of his unnatural, like unfailing love. And he wants us to be able to accept it. So in order for our joy to grow, we need to grow in our salvation, we need to grow in our love, and we need to grow in joy of our future. And it says Romans 15:13 and then John 5:24. We can talk about those if you want.
Awesome. So could you just like sum that up really quickly and tell me what you actually learned? Like what was the new information that you gleaned today?
So the biggest part of all the separate, which we're going to do a series of fruits of the Spirit for each one of them. And the one for today, which was joy, I learned that in order for me to not be depleted in joy from the perils of life and everything, I need to grow in my salvation. I need to grow in the joy of God's love, and grow in the joy of salvation, grow in the joy of God's love, and grow in the joy of the future that he has in store for me.
Awesome. So you didn't know that until today at the building?
No, what I'm trying to say is that like it's rich. It's more of like kind of like a gas tank. So like we all have some joy in us, mostly, some people more than others, but everybody is eventually going to run, and you can't let it run completely out of gas. You can let your car run completely out of gas. You can let your joy run completely out of gas. Things in this world will make you run completely out of joy. And I need that reminder. And it was a healthy reminder for me to know.
But I thought you had salvation. Don't you have salvation?
I do have salvation, but so that's the 3 parts of it. So some people can handle the salvation.
So it's mostly reliant on your mental state. So God like doing anything for you. It's all about like your thinking and your approach.
No, God has so much love for me and so much joy in him to give to me that I can't attain that on my own. I need God to show that to me.
Okay, so do I have salvation?
You don't have salvation, so you don't actually have real joy.
What exactly is salvation?
Accepting that Jesus Christ died on the cross and rose again, and he did it because he loves you.
How many other people rose on that day?
No one else.
Oh, that's factually incorrect based on your own evidence.
Mm-mm.
So you don't read your Bible. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it says the tombs of Jerusalem opened up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were talking about that. And I was actually singing that song.
Funny how you guys, no matter how many times it's mentioned to you, this is why I bring it up, because it's just a,
you don't have a whole conversation about
hold on a second, Christy, I'm still talking.
Okay, I
Remember what I told you earlier? I said you guys.
Okay, can I go down the audience?
No, we want to hear from you, but we want to have a respectful dialogue. Are you open to that?
Okay, I'm open.
Okay, great. Because you had complained about how atheists don't let you speak properly earlier. Remember that? Okay. So what I find phenomenal is the phenomenon itself, and how Christians just don't know about it, don't want to talk about it, act like they haven't been reminded of it like you just did. Because I distinctly remember directly talking with you about it within the last couple of weeks. And now all of a sudden you're like, oh, that didn't happen. And then as soon as Kyle said it, you're like, oh, yeah, that little part. So how many people, how many men were resurrected the same day Jesus was, Kitty?
Several graves had opened up. I know that he took away the sting of death because he conquered the grave.
You can just say you don't know the number, because that was
I
the
really
question
don't.
asked you.
I don't. No, I really
But
don't.
at least two, right?
Well, no, there was multiple. There would be more. I mean,
Well,
it was
that's why
several.
I said at least two, because we don't know. It says all the saints of Jerusalem, so that's at least two, because it's plural, right?
So let's open up the Bible and just read from it.
Well, I don't need to. I already got it. I mean, you seem to not know about it, right? Do you not know
But
about it?
don't we all just need a little bit of a refresher of joy?
I don't. I don't need it. Do you?
I do, for sure.
Oh, you need a refresher on the Bible that you believe in? Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Go refresh yourself.
It says, may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. Romans 15:13, Mr. Honeybat.
Oh, I thought you were going to reference the part where all the saints of Jerusalem's graves opened and they all walked the streets, and there's tons of people that saw this happen.
No, I'm going to stay on this joy kick until it spills over to you. Hey, wait a minute. What the heck, Davey? Pardon me. Okay, thank you, Davey.
So you don't want to talk about what the subject is? You want to just be rude on my stage?
No, I don't want to be rude. I just want to make Davey laugh a whole bunch so that he keeps giving me a shit.
Well, Kitty, I understand that this is kind of your shtick, and I appreciate that. That's why I engage with you. But as long as we're honest about your shtick, you don't want to talk about all the saints of Jerusalem now, right?
Let's talk about all the saints of Jerusalem.
Okay, cool. So can you just concede that there were at least 3 people that resurrected on the day that Jesus rose from the dead? Because
okay, now I see the problem. You're using the word resurrected.
Well, define resurrection.
Okay, let's just not assume that Kitty knows everything. And okay. Matt pulled up resurrection eggs. I don't want that. Resurrection. Meaning. Resurrection is.
Well, you don't even know what it means. Oh, okay. So why were you having contention with me about that? If you don't know what it means, why did if you didn't even
I'm gonna assume that you didn't mean to yell at me because you're my friend.
Well, not yelling.
Resurrection.
Does that feel like yelling to you, Kitty?
Yeah, it did.
Like a damaged dog?
No, I'm like one of those type personalities. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'll use more kick gloves with you, Kitty.
But don't call me kitty litter anymore, okay? Yeah. Don't call me kitty litter anymore.
Okay.
I don't like that.
Okay, Kitty. Did you not know what resurrected meant until you were reading the definition right now?
No, I knew what it meant.
Then why are you having to remind yourself? Why did you act like? Why are you so adamant about saying that they weren't resurrected?
Because. Listen, it says resurrection is the act of rising from the dead, returning to life, or reviving someone forgotten or unused. It specifically refers to Jesus Christ's return to life in Christianity, or the general revival of a person or concept. Synonymous include revival, renewal, restoration, resuscitation.
Yeah, okay. So where's the contradiction in what I said now? What do you have?
Synonymous with Jesus Christ.
And then what does it say right after that, Christy? Remember you read more than that? What does it say?
Honey Badger, you might be right about this. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, so let's remember this conversation now. You can spread it to your family and friends that there's multiple people that resurrected the day Jesus did, right?
Many people.
According to your own evidence.
According to the gospel, Jesus explicitly raised 3 individuals from the dead. Lazarus of Bethany, the daughter of Jairus, and the son of Nan. So he resurrected.
Okay, he resurrected people, and on the same day that he resurrected after that, because he had to die first, right? The saints of Jerusalem also were resurrected, correct, Kitty?
Wrong.
Oh,
the NIV.
Okay, so then you're just going to be a dishonest person.
Yeah.
Right?
No, you're lying. You're saying that they just resurrected themselves.
The NIV.
Yes, sir.
No. What he's suggesting is that these saints resurrected. The NIV suggests that these saints were resurrected when Jesus died, and then went into Jerusalem after Jesus' resurrection. So they resurrected when Jesus died on the cross, and once he resurrected, they actually went into the city of Jerusalem. A number of commentators agree with this view.
Okay, let's just not assume that Chrissy Kitty knows everything. So do you see
more than one resurrection?
Okay. So do you see the comparison or the blunder that my friend and yourself, Honey Badger, is making? So did Lazarus resurrect? Okay, then let me teach you.
Multiple resurrections, right?
Yes. Can I finish, please? Zip it, Kyle.
The thing I just read
Maybe if you're
resurrection.
honest, Kitty.
I will be direct and honest. Thank you, honey.
Respectful.
Okay,
I need you to respect our intelligence and respect the audience, okay? We don't need the rigmarole that Christians typically do. We need you to stick to topic and be clear and honest, okay, Chrissy?
You say kitty. I don't say kitty litter.
Okay, kitty, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I need words of affirmation. Okay, you don't have to purr. Okay, now I'm taking freaky. All right, well, listen, people in your audience get violently vomity ill. Yeah, thank you, Abby. Okay, now, besides, I have Abby. She defends me. Okay, so I love you, Abby. Okay.
No, this is too much. Like,
Yeah, I know.
It's making you uncomfortable, Abby.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe I should just start using the N-word at people, huh?
Stop it. Okay, respectful.
You guys are the biggest hypocrites.
I mean, N-word's not really like.
I feel like Bruce Lee, right? Like I have to take on like 28 of you fucking bots at once, and like.
Bruce Lee didn't take on bots. Okay, but listen, can I please finish now? Because Kyle had a really important thing to say, but he screwed it up right at the end. And I want to correct his stupidity. No offense, Kyle.
All right, Kitty, we
said
be respectful, and you agreed to
this. I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm sorry that I said your comments were stupid, but I just find them ignorant.
You literally read to you from your book. Are you like not paying attention?
I find them ignorant, arrogant, and lacking.
Do you find the words of the Bible ignorant?
No, I find his ability to use to discern scripture and exegete scripture to be alarmingly stupid.
He didn't even exegete. He just read.
Yeah, I didn't. I just read it.
Well, I would think that his depiction and discernment of
this is what you're doing. That's what you're doing, Kitty.
I'm trying to, but I keep getting interrupted.
Why would we trust yours? Aren't you kind of like? Don't you have like some weird history with like drugs and stuff that make your mind fizzle?
Okay, well then why don't you just let someone else talk if you don't want me to talk?
Okay, that's fine if you don't want to talk anymore about it. You want to?
I really just want
We asked you to be respectful and honest, and it seems like you don't want to agree to those terms anymore.
I can't find my vape.
Okay, all right.
But listen, I found it.
There.
Okay, no, that's not it. Okay. Okay, what was I gonna say? Oh, so do you think Lazarus resurrected himself, Kyle?
No.
Do you think? Okay, thank you. Do you think the people that rose out of the graves, like the Walking Dead, after Jesus resurrected, do you think that they popped up out of the graves for no reason or just on their own volition?
I don't know why you're asking me questions. I'm critiquing.
Because all of these questions answer the main point. Resurrection occurs, like Jesus's resurrection, because of the authority and ultimate power of Jesus Christ. Because he is God incarnate. Those zombies that came up from the graves, Lazarus, that was just a human being.
Okay.
They couldn't have been unalived.
Okay.
Just because they just really missed their family.
Okay.
Or wanted.
Okay, so they were resurrected, and
by how?
It doesn't. I don't know, but they were resurrected, right?
Jesus is how.
Jesus resurrected multiple on the same day that he resurrected, right?
Jesus wasn't the only person that was
resurrected, right, Kitty?
Okay, as long as you say it like that, then yes, I agree.
Okay, so when someone says how many people were resurrected the same day as Jesus, you must say many.
Okay. As long as you say the part that that Jesus if you say Jesus resurrected many people the day that.
Well, it doesn't say that in your scripture. Show me where that Jesus resurrected the same.
He conquered the graves.
No, I asked. Did you hear the question I asked?
Let's look it up in scripture. Why don't we just look it up?
Look, if you don't know, just say, "Oh, I don't know if I can do that." Just say, "I don't know."
I don't have the entire Bible memorized. Do you, Honey Badger?
I'll even accept that you can when you say, "I can't do that. I can't do that, Honey Badger."
I can do it every day of the week. You can't because you're scared to open up a book and read it.
That's factual. Again, I told you to be respectful and honest. You're just being
What was the last book that you read?
Last book I read was the Quran.
Ew. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't say it like that.
I got it. Hold on.
Oh, no. Actually, the last book I read was The Prophet by Khalil Gibran.
10 Hours to Live by Brian. I can't remember his last name.
Wait, why are you going after the biblical?
What do you mean?
Why don't you just know? We're asking you to provide.
I just read all kinds of books.
I need you. What I'm asking is for you to tell us where in the Bible it says that Jesus resurrected all the saints of Jerusalem. Can you just provide that for us, Kitty?
It doesn't say that in the Bible.
Okay. Well, then don't say that it does.
I didn't say that.
You said that you accepted the terms if I conceded that it was Jesus who resurrected the saints of Jerusalem, didn't you?
Yes, but you said all of them. You were saying like every single, like, I don't know how many.
It says all the saints of Jerusalem.
Oh, all the saints. Yeah, okay.
Oh, Kitty, are you, I'm sorry, are you listening to the words coming out of my mouth?
No, because, well, I'm listening to that's the problem. I'm listening to the words that are coming out of your mouth, not the additions that you're making every 5 seconds. You see the difference?
The only reason I'm doing this is because I feel like I'm trying to herd a kitty cat.
I feel like you're being dishonest. And I'm trying to be respectful.
I think the room would disagree, Kitty.
I don't.
Well,
and look,
we can take a vote. Here, I'll put a poll. I'll say, hey, who's being more honest? Honey badger or kitty litter? And
please, Johnny.
Vote.
Please, man. Please, Davey. Please, Nadia. Please, Bobby. Please, Universe. Please, Ron. Please, SIA. Please, Abby. Kyle, I know I've already lost your vote, so it's fine.
Well, I'm looking at this, right? I mean, the way it's framed is it appears that this happens after,
put the poll up,
right? Because if we go back, right, to 50, it says, and Jesus cried out with a loud voice and yielded up his spirit, right? And then we have the curtain ripping in the temple in 51, and then we get to 52, where it says the tombs were opened and many bodies of the saints who had, quote, fallen asleep were risen, and coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many.
Yes. 500, at least 500.
No, that
doesn't say 500.
She's confused again. These people, I think, they're brainwashed by their.
No,
it just says
yes.
many.
But listen,
no idea what you're even referring to.
No, me and Kyle were on a good rhythm, and so then.
It just says many.
Right, but then if you continue to
you're
read
so convoluted in this storyline that you.
Sorry, Kyle, you're being dishonest again. So go on and keep reading, Kyle. You'll get to the part where it's 500.
Yeah. Right, about
Kyle's
Jesus.
doing a great job. Yeah, exactly. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he would be the one that was once dead and resurrected.
Okay, so how many were resurrected?
Many.
There you go. At least 2, right?
So why do you say it happened on the same day as Jesus' resurrection or his crucifixion? Are you saying his resurrection or crucifixion? Because the 3 people are in the storyline.
Resurrection day. The same day as his resurrection, many people were also resurrected. Why is this so hard for you?
Oh, because I thought you were only referring to the 3 primary characters, like the son.
No, I'm saying there's 3 that were resurrected.
Yeah, I got it.
At least 3, because it's at least additional to Jesus.
But don't forget,
it says all the saints of Jerusalem.
Yeah, don't forget, this is the saints of Jerusalem, which is a metaphor, because we all know that.
Oh, it's a metaphor.
It's just poetry. It's just poetry. If you think that the saints, Kitty, if you.
So it's kind of weird.
See, that's what I like about John, is he comes up, he's brief, he's concise, he lays down what he wants to say.
Okay, you can take all those compliments, John.
Out of the audience again.
Okay, I'll politely move myself out of the audience if you'll just put a poll up, and John promises to let me win, and Abby promises to let me win, David promises to let me win, Man promises. Look, Johnny, you know you want to, Johnny. Ron, who are you going to let win? Honey Badger or me? Look at Honey Badger. And look at me.
Look, what do you think I'm trying to win?
Like who? I don't know, whatever you said the poll was.
I'm trying to get to the truth. Don't you want to believe things that are true, kitty cat?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so how many? So you would say you're agnostic on the amount of people that resurrected from the graves the same day.
See, now you're adding
Right.
more words. Why are you adding all these extra
Do you not know
words?
what agnostic means?
Yeah, but why would you add that extra
Because
word?
I'm trying to be concise.
Why not just continue to say the word many?
I'm trying to be concise and precise.
You know, you're trying to be dishonest. So who is more dishonest, Honey Badger or me?
Wow.
So this is this is weird. So Matthew mentions
Lack of education.
in like a short 2-word sentence, kind of a throwaway. Mark doesn't mention it at all. Luke doesn't mention it at all. And John doesn't mention it at all. This is really interesting.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna go. You guys are gonna just do this dog pile thing. I'm not having fun anymore.
No, I'm not trying to dogpile. I'm just saying this is interesting. Because why would Matthew be the only one to mention it?
Joy was never ending.
Yeah, and no, actually I said the
Can you
opposite.
just give us a lesson in strength and resilience and joy?
No, I talked about how a human being can have their joy depleted. You're kind of like a male succubus of joy. So you take all of my joy and you suck it out of me. And then I have to go, yeah, it's
Are
okay.
you fully manipulated out of the box?
I am.
Aw.
I am.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's
Make sure
okay.
to clean your
I get it.
claws and lick your asshole, okay?
I take showers.
Good for you. Is that a new feat that you've achieved?
No, I've always done that.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I take bubble baths, but not all the time because it's expensive.
Oh, you
So I
like
usually-
the bubbles?
Well, I like the bath
Make
bombs.
you feel pretty?
Mhm.
Oh,
It does.
fancy pretty.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Okay. Abby, help.
All right, I'm not gonna allow bubble bath slander. Bubble baths fucking rock. I take a bubble bath sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, there's nothing
Oh
wrong
my god,
with
they
it.
have
Pretty
bath
fancy.
bombs
Fucking.
Yeah, bath bombs.
Oh yeah.
Too,
from which store?
No one's talking smack, dude. I'm just saying I feel pretty and fancy when I
You
take
should
a
go to the store Lush. They have really good bath bombs. And get the Galaxy, what was it called? I will look it up for you.
Thank you. Provide a link, please.
Okay.
Trump. They finally got something that they can latch their coattails onto.
Well, I agree with you. I think the Democrats have been pretty inept at picking things. Black Lives Matter.
I'm with her and Pussy Strikes Back. Yeah.
Whatever. But I mean, that's really, once again, part of the problem. The fact you're basically admitting that a word like no kings matters to people. That shouldn't be what matters to people. It should be the fact that we have a king, not that we have the Democratic Party using this term. People shouldn't be swayed by stupid things like, oh, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. They shouldn't be swayed by no kings, right? Somebody sees a no kings thing and say, what are they talking about? They're talking about Republicans. Oh, okay, well, I'm not voting for a Republican. Anybody who does that's a moron. If that's the reason they don't vote against the Republican Party, that they vote against the Republican Party, is because they saw a sign that said no kings and somebody told them, oh, that's because the Republicans support kings. That person shouldn't be allowed to vote. Here I am,
Which is why I said no kings is directly related to no Donald Trump and no Republicans.
Right, no, I know, but I'm just saying if that is the reason that you vote against Donald Trump, you're a moron. The fact that people are carrying signs saying no kings, that's the reason you vote against Donald Trump? I don't even know where to be.
That's 60 million morons known as the Democrat Party. Yeah.
Get Sam up here. Oh, we got Andy. Oh, we got African people in the. Hey, John, come on up.
John, you hit the nail on the head. You're talking about 60 million brainwashed, brain rotted out, TikTok consuming, YouTube streaming, Democrat, brain dead people. I mean, they just don't understand. Thanks, John, for clearing that up. They kicked me. Then they kicked.
And his
Wait, hold on. But I limit God? You said I limit God?
Of course you do. Absolutely you do.
Okay. So do you believe God limited himself?
I believe that he allowed himself to come in human form and enter here on earth.
But isn't it a Christian belief that God limited himself?
Some people, Calvinists, believe that as a part of their doctrine. I don't know why. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of things. They also believe in predestination, but I don't believe in that either.
But so John 10:30 says that I and the Father are one, right? But it means that they're one in purpose. And
just purpose.
I'm not finished. No, I'm not finished. You know that in the Bible that Jesus also says that just as me and you, Father, are one, the disciples can also be like one with us.
And how does that happen? You're right. How does that happen? Through the Holy Spirit. Right. Yeah. So that's how I come up with what I like to call the party trifecta.
Because the Holy Spirit is not a person, but it is the breath and spirit of God. It is not a person, according to the Bible.
No, according to the Bible, it is a him. It is a person. It is one of the three parts of God.
Where in the Bible does it say that God is a person? I mean, not God. The Holy Spirit is a person.
Why else will we baptize people in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, so just because we baptize people in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit doesn't mean that there's a Trinity. We're just, recognizing their authority or authority.
Honey Badger, I don't want to talk to you. No offense, Moses. I'm sure you're a wonderful person. I just don't want to have a conversation with the whole Muslim.
Yeah. Keep running all in 2 Corinthians.
No, it's like, I like to use the analogy. It's like if you took your neck and you reared it back in front of a brick wall and you just bashed it against that big brick wall. It's as hard as you can, just over and over and over and over and over and over again. And that's how atheists feel talking to Christians. Right. But great analogy.
Every dollar to my name at that point.
Can I help Kitty out? Kitty, how you doing?
Hi.
I just wanted to say something on the dead saints appearing to many passage. Why don't you see that as a vision? If people appear to people in dreams.
Because same reason why you consider his resurrection to be nothing more than he fell asleep and took a little kitty nap, and then he woke up from his nap and he's like, "Hey guys, I can come out of the tomb now." It's the same fallacy there, the same blunder, as it were, that you're making with saying that he just took a nap. He didn't just take a nap. He was fully dead for 3 days. He was a corpse that could, if under the ground, would have been getting eaten by worms and bugs. Got it? But he was in a tomb wrapped in a linen cloth. And so for those 3 days, flies were on. I mean, I can't imagine the Middle East, temperature and pressures and stuff that he was under, but he was starting to decay. He was fully man, God in full man form, after 3 days of being a dead, fleshy, dying corpse. But because he is fully God, he fully resurrected himself and rose again 3 days later. And after doing so, stealing the keys, as it were, I'm using that as just like a euphemism, but of death. The sting of death is no longer an empty, and my friend Honey Badger corrected me by saying many graves opened up, because those lost souls that never got to hear the omnipotence of God in human form, e.g. his son Jesus Christ, who died for all, would have never been able to have eternal salvation. And that's how they were able, many of them, to rise again. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say that it makes more sense that these saints appear to people in vision, and the reason is that if not, where did they go afterwards? So after the graves, all these, say, 50 graves opened up, and people would have noticed these graves open up, and these people would have appeared to many, and then did they go back into the tombs, into the graves, or?
I think, and your kid's gonna catch it one day.
Fundamental beliefs are primarily exactly the same. You know, Jesus is God, came to earth, died, rose, went back there. He's king of the universe, creator of the universe. Okay, we all agree on that. Now let's have conversations about our traditions, our dogmas, things like that. And depending on your personality, like we can all literally have the same mom and dad and have 5 brothers in a room. And guess what? All 5 brothers are going to have a different bond, different relationship with their mother and their father. Like no one's going to have the same exact relationship and bond with the parents because we all have different personalities, different needs, and you know, different experiences and stories and whatnot. And I think that's one of the beautiful things. And I think that's, we see that in scripture where when God has Solomon making the temple, and each stone has to be perfectly chiseled to fit into the next and then assembled. That means every stone was its own unique form, but together they create the place that God dwells. In comparison, you have the Tower of Babel that was made out of bricks. Every brick exactly the same. Had to be held together with mortar, not by their uniqueness, but by some external force that needed to hold it all together. Yo, hello. Hi. Are you guys?
But the crucifixion is like I don't deny that it was historically like recorded. I don't think that he died for our sins. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Islamic. Is that really basically the Islamic view on the crucifixion?
Okay, yeah.
Like
I'll explain. So, like in the Quran, it says that it was made to appear so, and what that would mean is that like obviously like people saw it and they recorded it and wrote it down, but like that wasn't Jesus on the cross, and the person on the cross did not die for our sins. So yes,
that's an interesting perspective.
Okay, and just for the record, really quickly, when Regal was here, I basically just took away all his weapons and then I put him in the audience. And if he wanted to come up and be an honest interlocutor and engage respectfully, I would have had him come back up, but he never asked to be brought back up. So Kitty mentioned that a couple of times throughout our frustrating dialogue with her and her lies. But I never dissed him or didn't keep him from coming up on stage, just to be clear.
Wait, what was Kitty saying? I just joined, and I saw her saying.
Kitty was just saying a bunch of bullshit like she usually does.
Wait, Moses, what was it that you just said that KJB said was interesting? I didn't catch what you said.
No, I was just explaining what Muslims think about the crucifixion and stuff.
Which was what?
So what I was saying is that in the Quran it says that it was made to appear so, and what that would mean is that yes, someone died on the cross, but it wasn't Jesus, and people did see it and they recorded it and stuff.
They recorded that it wasn't Jesus?
No. They recorded the event and they thought it was Jesus, but it wasn't. So it was made to. So, but it wasn't Jesus, but they thought it was, and they wrote it.
Yeah. And when I was saying interesting, it wasn't an endorsement. I was just like, that's kind of
I know,
interesting view of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Well, no, I'm telling Alistair because I'm just giving him why I said it was interesting because that's just.
Yeah, I had never heard that that's in the Quran. That's in the Quran? Let me Google that. Thanks, Moses.
Yeah. It's Surah An-Nisa, so Surah 4, verse 157. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there was another interpretation of that verse which says that actually Jesus appeared like a dead person on the cross.
Yeah, it was.
Hadn't actually died.
Isn't that the substitution theory?
Substitution is that another person replaced him, and the sworn or the apparent death theory is that Jesus appeared like a dead person but was actually alive. He survived. He had fainted, unconscious, whatever, and he survived the ordeal and essentially walked away after some treatment of his wounds. Would have been still would have been a painful experience.
Yeah. So what I think is that, like, yeah, it appeared as if Jesus died on the cross, but he didn't. And then a few days later, the disciples saw Jesus alive, and they thought that he rose again. But in reality, he never died.
And I was trying to help Kitty with the passage on the dead saints by suggesting that a more reasonable understanding of that passage would be that the saints appear to them in visions, but
you can't commit to that because then it opens doors. Like Michael down here, this guy. Let's see, what's his name? He's part of Sons of Thunder. Sounds pretty tough. Michael, can you just come up? I know you've been listening for a while. I'm inviting you up. Are you able to address some simple questions we have for you, please? Thanks.
So that other Moses, it also says that Allah raised up Jesus to himself. That's another interpretation of that verse.
Yeah, I know. Like, he raised him to himself. That means he never died on the cross. Like, he
kind of amazing how God can make all or nothing statements like that, because that in human behavioral psychology, that would be called a cognitive distortion disorder.
Well, actually, if that passage, by the way, not all Muslims would agree with me, but the word raised up in Arabic, rafa, when used in the Quran, refers for people, for humans, not for inanimate objects, but for people, indicates their spiritual exaltation. And the crucifixion in the Jewish mind meant a person was accursed of God. And in fact, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, it's certainly said in one edition that this is a problem for the Jews, that they cannot accept a Messiah who died an accursed death. And actually being raised up is kind of the opposite of dying an accursed death. Being accursed means distant from God, and being raised up towards God means exalted by God, nearness.
Got it. Could you maybe land your plane in like 30 seconds? Try to be concise. Thanks.
I already did. Thank you.
So what I'm trying to say is that when I read the Bible, or I read any book, I got thousands of books. When I read a book, it's the same thing as going to the gym. Okay, because when I go to the gym, I don't come home with the weights. You see what I'm saying? I use it and then I let it go. And when I meet people in the street or people here on Clubhouse that seem to bring the weights with them into the clubhouse room, they fail to understand you're not supposed to take the dumbbells with you home. You're supposed to use them at the gym, re-rack them, leave them, then go take a shower, and then go home, or go home and take a shower. You don't bring the dumbbells with you back to your house. And that's what Clubhouse is. It's people coming here with tons of weight to bring them here. But I'm in disbelief that they didn't understand what they were supposed to do, which is when you meet somebody who essentially is a dumbbell. Anyways, you get my point? And that's the problem with religious people that dope up on these religious debates, because they have no other way of creating the dopamine for themselves. Hello?
Like Michael down in the audience, who just refuses to come up. I have a feeling that that's what he's used to in rooms. He's probably surrounded himself with people that just aggressively trying to show off their reading prowess to each other when they just scream about the scriptures, right?
That's what the LSAT is. The LSAT is a reading. Part of it is a reading comprehension test. So what you're saying is you think people want to come in here to show up other people that their reading comprehension is better than other people's reading comprehension?
Yeah.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear the deli behind you.
We can also hear some stuff in the background.
Some music in the background, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to aim that a bit.
My bad, yeah, let me take that.
You can still hear it?
Well, yeah, your audio is a little clippy.
Yeah, did you like change your environment or something, or did you just like pray to God to have the background noise removed?
Oh wow. It's these headphones I was saying.
All right, I'll be back. Hold on.
But no, I was gonna add in. I was just wanted to say that a lot of people want to be right about God. A lot of people want to feel that they have like the most knowledge about God. When
I want to say something because 2 little girls died tragically in the Mennonite community in Texas.
When a person actually wants to know God, I would say, I'm not going to speak for all, I'm going to say for myself, but when a person, I'm not a religious person, but when a person actually wants to know God, it may lead a person to religion. Religion isn't a bad thing, but religion may be the starting point of belief to what somebody may want to know. People in religion are believing what they want to know, but they don't see what's going on. Belief, they stop at belief. They stop at belief. Belief is a doubt. So you believe in something you truly don't know about. People that's in religion, but when you stop at religion and you stop at belief, you stop the experience from actually knowing God, letting God reveal whatever experience to you. So I would say it start off with a person wanting to know God first, and you gotta ask yourself, do you truly want to know God? And do you accept it? Do you truly want to know God and accept God? But you're gonna be in confusion and not gonna know God if you.
Well, I'm a little confused. Could you maybe make it more concise? I'm very confused at this point.
Really quick. Your name is, let's see, the truth. The truth. Where did you learn about God? Did you learn about him in a book?
No, sir. I learned about. I didn't learn. I had an experience. My connection with God came through a direct encounter and experience.
So you encountered God directly?
God is bigger than my experience. I encountered something that led me to peaceful life and led me to.
It's a long show.
So no, you didn't encounter God directly, or you did?
I'm not gonna sit up here and say I encountered with God.
It's the Gong Show.
They know, or you did or didn't?
Yeah, I said.
I think we're at a maybe.
I'm not gonna define or try to limit God or what it was. It was from God, but God is bigger.
Can I ask you a question really quick? I just have a follow-up, Kyle, really quick one. So how would you distinguish whether or not it was God? Like, if it wasn't God, what would you?
That's a great question, brother. How would I distinguish it? How would I distinguish that? Because before I was once a person who just said I believe in God.
I don't take the dumbbells for this, man.
I didn't really know God. But before I got revealed what I got revealed, I came face to face with something they call the devil, but the devil came in many forms. But it was saying that the devil didn't come off as evil, came off as more of a deceiver, and it was in darkness. So in that period of time, even when I didn't know God, and I just learned not to fulfill.
You had a direct experience and encounter with the devil, though, just not God, right?
See, it was what you call the devil. What is the devil to you, brother?
Well, no. You're the one who said it. So I'm just asking. You said, it wasn't God necessarily that I had an encounter with directly, but you did have an encounter with the devil.
Look, you asked how did I know it was God before?
Wait, the truth. I hate to ask you a question, but do you think people ask questions because they just want to have a conversation and they don't have any points to actually make that are salient or actually tangible, but more hypothetical? Are you running an experiment right now, brother?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's not actually to understand. He's actually there to go against or try to get
I'm still trying to figure out what you're saying. What do you think that we're trying to understand? If you were to you have no direct experience with that necessarily, correct?
Why you say that?
Just want to say yes, you did. You said, okay, so you did have a direct encounter with that?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you distinguish between it not being God and it yes being God?
Because God is light, God is love, God gives thanks to me as light, love, protection, kindness.
So you're just saying because it is.
And he came to me in those ways, but before he came to me in those ways, I had to get my own trust. Did I truly trust in God? And that was against the darkness. So before I knew I was in face to darkness when I really did it.
So wait, so you know, so you know it was God because before you even had this experience, you accept that whatever experience you were going to have, in whatever form, was going to be from God. That's what you just said. You literally just said that. Accept.
If that's what you want to hear, then all right, brother. Like you're not listening. You're trying to take my words.
That's exactly what you just said.
You're trying to take my words and twist them into your experience. Yes, I have an experience with God. How did I know?
Already decided that he's God.
No, look, I didn't say that. You just put those words in my mouth.
But that's essentially what you're saying.
I didn't say that. You just put those words in my mouth.
Do you think you have to say something word for word for?
Wait, I hate to interrupt you, gentlemen, but I really feel that we are on the precipice of a commercial success because this is so reminiscent of the Gong Show, the dating game. We're just missing the television show music to bring it all together. And I'm doing that on the back end. I'll put the link in the chat.
I'm kind of like you, you know what I mean? Like, I just kind of like avoid talking about it with people.
Hey, the truth, I got a question for you. Do you find yourself ever lonely or maybe unhappy?
Well, no. That's not it. I'm always at peace. So when I catch myself lonely or unhappy, that means there's something going on and I'm not at peace with myself. When you're at peace, you're not lonely. You're not. You don't feel lonely. You don't feel happy. You always feel grateful for life. You know that the source of life is within you.
That's cool, man. You know, the source of my discontent right now is all the background noise you have in your audio because you don't need that when you're done speaking. Yeah, there you go.
Well, I'd like to make an approach again at the question, are you for the GOD? And it's my belief that you should actually capitalize the YOU because that's the cosmic joke that most people don't get who are debating GOD all the time. They fail to realize that there's another hypothesis or experiment that you can run. It's solipsistic, of course, that you are the GOD. Maybe not the GOD, but a variety of the GOD, meaning your observer perspective is quantum. and that the now is most likely the God that most likely you're trying to describe, but you're incapable of actually philosophically comprehending probably what I'm even talking about. Nonetheless, it's all there in the books. It's exoteric, it's esoteric, meaning that there are other alternative hypotheses which you can try to maybe understand and incorporate into your master hypothesis or experience that.
Excellent. And thanks again, Alistair. Once again, I love he lays it down precisely, and then he politely, when he's finished, moves himself to the audience to leave room for other people to speak. And I did take your advice. If you notice in the title now, I took your advice precisely. I uncapitalized the G, and I did capitalize the U. So thanks again, John. Are there any other believers, like any Christians or Muslims, that have anything to share? How can you speak about what you have in the spirit? Such as what?
You poor guy.
I told you I have experience with that. Are you at peace? I mean, you know, I'm not gonna lie and say like, oh, gee, damn, super peaceful, like some Zen monk on a freaking mountaintop, bro. But yeah, I'm pretty good. So what's your view of God? Can you tell me? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you over the kids. What's your view on God? Oh, I think there's billions of gods, and they're all trapped in skulls. Oh, so you just being funny. Do you have an issue with what I said? Is there like some kind of contradiction in what I've said? Yeah, I hope you stay guided too. Are you going on a trip, like down a river, or hiking excursion, or what? No, I'm just chilling. Okay. Anyone else that wants to talk about God?
But you don't really want to talk. You want to go against.
Yeah, I'm not really sure because you haven't stated anything that I need to like address. I mean, what is it that you think I'm missing out on that you shared so far?
How do you define the source of life?
How do I define the source of life? Vaguely and agnostically. How about you?
Presence. Do you have the words to see it?
I'm more worried than ever before that religious or cult people are incredibly low IQ and dangerous.
Okay, man, that's fine. What else? What else you want to share? All right. Well, thanks again. I'm going to move you down to the audience. Thank you so much. You're more than welcome to come back up when you have something of substance to impart upon us. Abby, are you a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu or anything like that?
No.
Okay, great. So you don't believe in a God?
I do, but I don't discuss.
Okay, that's fine. You want to just keep it private?
Yeah.
Okay. Does your God want to be known by any of us?
Give me a Wi-Fi extender for your room.
I'm sorry.
I said, I'm sorry. I'm doing a Wi-Fi extender for your room so people can find me.
Well, I'm not mad at it. I do have a lot of people tomorrow.
Wi-Fi for your room.
I started a business to give folks a new life, and Chase has supported me from the beginning.
The White House, and you know, obviously, everyone.
It's Thomas the Tank Engine and friends, David. Time to get your bottle of vodka, David. Time to get your bottle of tequila, Kitty. Time to have a little more fun today. Welcome back, friends. It's Thomas the Tank Engine and friends.
A group of retarded people who can't seem to think straight anymore or be creative, and so they just ramble about nothing.
Yeah, you got a mod me chat. Okay. Make sure to, I'm not saying you have to, but be...
It's Thomas the Tank Engine and friends.
I'm just letting it roll. I don't know what's going on. I'm kind of curious.
It's all right, baby. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna carry on a conversation.
Michelle,
Going
welcome to the Church of Buttercup, a delusional room.
Into just eroding my fucking patience with I have full ability to handle it, and look at this. This is clean.
John is not an idiot. He's actually very smart. He's just like sometimes.
In here.
He's defending him. If you listen to
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't care.
Yeah, that's right. I'm on Chad's side.
Yeah, and no, I'm on Chad's side in the sense that it's his room. He's curating the space. So if he doesn't want it,
We're in the middle of a conversation. I'm only saying that to just kind of you don't need to say anything about it. We can talk about shit that's fucking invigorating, cool, fascinating. You know what I mean? I don't have any.
Why did it just use a John voice?
What he's talking about him.
Welcome to Thomas the Tank Engine and
At the end
friends.
of the world, the universe is going to implode and everything's going to get blown up. And then you get these silly rapture ideas like, oh, we're going to be.
So it's just hilarious to me when you get someone like him who wants to argue about Wolverine's powers versus Magneto's powers, right? That's how it feels to me. Where she's like, well, you know that Wolverine can actually fucking heal himself, and in a real special situation, he can use his claws as energy weapons. You're like, what?
Well, the problem with the eyewitness thing, right? They're like, oh, 500 eyewitnesses. And I've been pointing this out because a bunch of other people have pointed this out to me. We don't have a claim. We have someone claim decades ago 500 eyewitnesses.
Those were days.
500 eyewitnesses.
Well, it doesn't mean that there's 500 eyewitness claims.
Well, I like what Kennedy said. I want to tell people what I mean without being mean, but I am actually maybe the opposite of that now. I think just shamelessly ridiculing and recording and publishing, just in the same way that Tom Rabbit does it with John Lee and other notables, these people are absolutely worthy of being recorded and published for entertainment purposes because they are absolutely 100% pure entertainment. It's just science fiction, content. It's just, anyways, everybody gets it. But if you are going to get angry over it and have it impact your own personal life in this communication discourse, well, you just aren't a very good producer. And thus, welcome to Prove to Me God Exists, a new show by John Kitover, where we hope to entertain, educate.
Thank you, John, again. That was cool. Brief and concise again. Very respectful. I like how you gave us that little snippet to get us curious about your new show and then moved yourself to the audience. Thank you very much again. So, Al-Zuki, are you a Muslim by chance? Oh, okay. Are you Christian? Yeah, it was easy for me. I think it was me, you, and Rico and Nadia.
Yeah. I'm called the consul. I changed my name to Al-Zuki to fly up
Nice. Romero is going to really love having some back and forth with you. Romero, have you met Al-Zuki?
I don't think I have.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hey, very nice. I'm on duty.
Oh, you're
You want to ask question?
You're like Dickman? You just have a skirt?
No. I'm just a bit high once.
Fair enough, dude. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but an apostle of Jesus Christ, so yeah. Just remember, take it easy on me, man. I've been smoking some nice stuff, man, so just don't kill my boys, bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, what does it mean to be a...
That brought back the symptoms. Was the stem cell IV. He's had hordes of those. And trying to link the stem cell IV in June to sepsis from pneumonia in October is insane. Anyway, some of this stuff has happened within days of infection. So not only are we dealing with missing my dad, pregnancy for me, taking care of him, and being really
lights out factories and so on. The reality is that keeping other people from just going into your factory and like stealing whatever they want or destroying it is going to be itself a big involved undertaking. And that may be the entirety of what you're paying for when you think about paying for something from a lights out factory. It may just be you're basically paying the fee of the security forces that are overseeing the factory so it'll keep running. You know, the security forces and the maintenance people and things like that.
That was fascinating, Jason. Thanks for describing to us operating expenses of a facility. That was wonderful. Three, two, one. You have been removed from this room. This is of a facility. That was wonderful.
A lot of this is just normal. Most of us dated interracially, man and woman. That's kind of how it went. That was our childhood. We didn't just stick with
to do so close to the Iranian side and to pay a toll on the way. It's basically a canal now, and no real good reason to think that'll change.
Oh my God, it's like, we're blocking it. No, we're blocking it. No, we're letting them free. No, we're blockading you. It's, but I do know that like, I think like 5 cruise ships just like snuck out. While Iran was, I think, bombing a cargo ship or something like that, or bombing is the right word, but attacking a little bit. So I was just watching this, there's a good YouTube channel, I think it's called What's Going On with Shipping? And the guy's like into merchant shipping and he keeps track of boats and stuff. So if you want some detail where what boats were in land, there's interesting reporting out there. But it's a total clusterfuck, like no one knows what's going on, because one day Trump will say, we just agreed to a peace deal, and the next minute he'll say, we're going to bloody the whole country. I think that was last night, for example, he said that again.
But it all works out for the people with the insider information to know how.
Yeah, there's that too, right? There's like $1 billion worth of trades just went through, and it's like everybody's noticing it, but no one really has a clear story.
That might be the whole play. I mean, I hate conspiracy theories, but like that was interesting. That might be the whole play.
Because it doesn't, all you have to do is move the markets for like an hour or two, right?
It's perfectly legal.
Buddies can make their trades.
Isn't it perfectly legal for you guys keep me honest here. Matt, by the way, I apologize for coming in hot earlier. Is it perfectly legal for the U.S. government to trade on inside knowledge? Like, not the individuals, the government as an official position.
So it used to be legal for Congress people to do it. It was outlawed a couple of years.
What about the government, like an institution of the government, not an individual? It's like the beneficiaries of
the government shouldn't be trading
at all. They're like, if you're the, let's say, OPIM, there is no OPIM trading fund.
So not even the, wasn't the Federal Reserve buying some instruments at some point?
So the Federal Reserve does buy stuff in liquidity crises to prop up certain markets. They also do rebates and some other technical stuff that has to do with short-term paper. I would say that the Federal Reserve's goal is not to turn a profit nor to take a loss. They try to keep markets functioning, essentially. And so nothing they do would personally benefit them as an institution nor as individuals within the institution.
So there's no body in the U.S. that uses trading to create revenues for the state?
No, there's not.
Okay, thanks for that.
Anyway, those countries are called Iran and Iraq. Even Trump says that.
Or you
One
can
more reason not to.
Or you can say Ada.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that's correct either. But
yeah,
that's
okay.
correct.
Close enough.
The Beatles didn't just break up over fame.
Iran and Iraq. That's definitely not what they're called.
Yes, of course. There you go.
Okay, well, how about fuck you?
Yeah, that's good.
And I ran.
Wow.
Yeah, just since there's a lull in the conversation, what I said earlier that kicked it off is I did not think the Iran war was nearly as catastrophic a decision as the Iraq war. And just to put out a positive case for that statement, since nobody did on the ensuing discussion, Iran, for the better part of 30 years, the majority of my lifetime, possibly 40, possibly 50, but I think 30 is far more defendable. To paraphrase Roosevelt, has been the arsenal of terrorism. Almost all bad people in the world have been financially and state supported by Iran. They've been just an enemy of all things Western, all things freedom. And so I would argue that even if the guy doing it isn't the right guy, even if the reasons he's doing it are wrong, you do have to separate, is the task itself worth something? And one of the key differences in Iran for me is I think the majority of their population is oppressed by an armed minority of the population. And I think you have a real chance to put those people in charge if you can get them armed and if you can take out some of the larger elements that have been oppressing them in the IRGC. And I think that's significantly different from where Iraq was in 2008.
That's fair. That's very fair. The point, though, that's a bit different about Iran, it's a bit of a counterpoint, but I completely agree with you in that they're a manufacturer of terrorism. I don't know if they're the manufacturer of terrorism, but they're certainly out there in the top 3 list you would want to be in. Here's the thing that's a bit different about Iran. They are, at least when it comes to religion, more of a monolith. You know, I think they're 90-something% Shia, which is much different than Iraq. And it appears that any time there is some kind of a conflict that's framed as East versus West, where they're part of the East, that the extremists gain more popularity. The last time this happened was when George W. Bush Jr. labeled them in the axis of evil. There were actually uprisings within Iran against the government, and most of the population was young. They were under 20, and there was some serious internal movement. But at that point, that kind of villainizing of an entire nation, even though that wasn't kind of the U.S.'s true intent, basically makes the fundamentals stronger. And I believe that that's what's happening right now. You could say that about 20% of their population, so roughly 18 million people, are very pro-IRGC. Then you've got probably about 20 to, 40% that are kind of just want to live somewhere safe and eat. And then you probably got another, whatever the remainder is, that may actively pick up arms if given the opportunity. But unfortunately, the kind of strategy of take them out, make them bad guys. There's 18 million Iranians that are very pro IRGC. That's 18 million people. So it doesn't quite work. The current strategy doesn't quite work.
Yeah, again, no points to the current administration for execution value if we're making a figure skating joke. I don't think we've done an effective job of what could be done here at all. But I would separately maintain the point that I think if you think about the world I want to live in the next century, not having the IRGC running Iran would be huge to creating that world. And right now, with the water crisis in Tehran over the last 2 years and some of the other extreme economic deprivations the people of Iran have been experiencing, while it's becoming more and more public in Arabic Twitter that Iran has been spending just gobs of money on groups like the Houthis, Palestinians, on Hezbollah. I think there's the greatest internal resistance to that I've seen in the 50 years that the government's been running Iran since 79, however many that is. And I think this is a singular moment where you could arm those guys, capitalize on that feeling. Is there going to be a faction that remains loyal to the current government and is happy about the current government? Absolutely. But there's plenty of coalition countries in the world. I mean, if you told me 20 years ago what Saudi Arabia was going to look like today, I would have just laughed. I would have bet every dollar I had on earth that they could never get there in this short a time. And so I think there's a moment right now that could be seized, and I think it's worth making a positive case for. That case may be wrong, but I don't think we're any smarter.
Matt, what do you think we've done to arm these people and to
nothing? That's my single biggest fault.
Oh, yeah. So that's why I think this is worse than Iraq. It's not that it couldn't be done, and I share all those goals.
I said I gave them a
hasn't been done, and it's probably, there's a good
Cooking Matt wants millions killed psycho.
At least a 50-50 chance that the IRGC comes out of this stronger than they were. So in my mind, you don't play those kind of odds with millions, tens, hundreds of millions of people's lives on the line. You just don't do that. So you have to have thought it through. And the one thing I know 100% is that Trump did not think this through. I think Cheney and Rumsfeld thought it through. It was very, I think that's the point John was making earlier. That was not a blunder. That was very, very intentional. It was totally wrong, in my opinion. But it wasn't like half-assed. This is half-assed. So I'm even more offended by it personally.
Yeah, I would grant you that the current leadership is among the poorest choices in the last couple of centuries to be running this. I do think a couple of the things you said, though, I would take some issue with. I don't think there's any way that you could say the IRGC comes out of this stronger. They've lost a lot of their heavy weaponry. They've lost a lot of their officer corps. They've had a very rough kinetic conflict so far. The other comment that was made earlier that I would take real issue with is somebody said Iran, because of this, is cozied up to Pakistan. Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a long-standing treaty that is not publicly acknowledged that should Iran ever enter a kinetic war with Saudi Arabia, that Pakistan will provide nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia with the express purpose of using them against Iran. Pakistan is far more aligned with Sunni Muslims than Shia Muslims. And while they might be nice to their neighbors in this case and trying to do some intermediating for them with the U.S., there's no way they're ever going to be a true ally to Iran. They have differences that will forever exceed what they agree upon.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I just my argument was they brought them closer together. There's something that I think you might be missing in your idea around this idea of kind of the classic arm the good people to throw out the bad guys. There is a very strong connection on the Shia line. You see, the Shias are the minority in the Middle East, right? And the only place where they can say that that's not the case is Iran. And that's different than Bashar al-Assad, who was an Alawi. It's different than Saddam, who had kind of, Shias and Kurds to contend with, and even to some degree Christians. So it's not really that clear to me that you have enough of a deep-rooted movement that's willing to die and pick up arms to kill their fellow Shias. That's not a clearly coherent idea. And that therein lies the problem, right? The quagmire the U.S. is in, because they're kind of half in and half out, and they're just losing their leverage. Now, I actually don't know I don't think they're dumb. It's just unclear to me what their strategy actually is at the moment.
And does that also count for? So I keep hearing about the majority of Iranians who aren't aligned with the IRGC, but are they still Muslims? Like, do they still?
Yes, Iran is over 90% Shia. Now they have these different ethnic populations. Like some are, some are kind of more culturally Kurd or culturally Afghan or culturally Azeri. So they do have a lot of ethnic diversity, but religious-wise, they're almost all 90% Shia.
But I take, like, are a bunch of those people kind of like in the U.S. where we have a lot of people who say they're Christians, but are kind of marginal Christians, or kind of like who don't really think about it as much in their everyday lives?
Yes.
That seems to be the case in Iran more than other.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. But to your point though, I feel like if you poke the bear, if you poke that too much, they're gonna be quicker to align themselves with their fellow Shias than they are with like the West.
Exactly. Or
if they're gonna be if they're gonna be insulted, if they're gonna be Yeah. Or, I mean, that's how we are too, right? Like if we get attacked, holy shit! Like suddenly, oh my God, everybody's gonna be. It's the same.
Well, that's what a good nation should do. You should stick together, band together when there's a threat. The other thing is the alternative is kind of, the alternative is a monarch. Like the same kind of violent reaction that any American would have around a king coming back, many Iranians do.
Yeah, that's right. Where does the democracy come from, right?
Well, the case being made for that has been that Raza al-Navi, it would be a transitional leader so they can figure out some sort of Republican form of government. I don't know if I buy that argument. That's what his people have been pushing.
Like Biden, he was outside after 4 years.
People were hard though.
Yeah, no. I'm just going to do it.
By the way, John Kitover's in the room.
This guy?
Olivia, I'll give you the executive decision, but you want to do with him? You can kick him. It's your decision.
He's not gonna come up. He's just gonna listen, probably. Which is
No, his hand is up.
No. He's not up when I'm here.
Listen to what he said. I will call Diego on the phone so you can say hello.
Do it.
No, don't do it. Here's our Diego's phone number.
You don't want me to call him? Let's call him up.
Do you speak? You're a hater, Elijah. You're his sworn enemy.
Oh, I'm his sworn enemy? I could call him right now and have a pleasant conversation. Let's call him right now.
I don't have any desire to have you call him.
But you have a room title called Diego. What art thou? My heart aches for you.
Are you ready?
I love you. I miss you. Oh, my heart is still broken.
I want him to read to me again. I love when a man reads to me. Yeah, Diego's often reading to me.
Men have read books to you, Bubbles?
I don't know. Yeah, why not?
Oh, if you say so. When was the last time a man read to you?
The Torah.
A man read the Torah?
Do you want to read the Old Testament, Olivia? Yeah, we can. What are we doing? Tell me what you want. I feel like you're
I want to call Diego.
You're watching it?
I want to call Diego.
What, Olivia? Let's read Judges. Okay, let's read Judges. While you were sleeping, I downloaded the Kindle and I downloaded my Kindle so that I can have it on the iPad. How long was I sleeping? Are you guys reading now? We're gonna read the Bible. Ugh. Bubbles, read with us. Why are you anti-reading? You don't want to read Judges?
The Torah?
Yeah, you don't want to read? Trying to grow our brain. I know.
It's just really heavy language.
Well, then you should have listened to Wuthering Heights. Read the Wuthering Heights. I listened to a little bit of you guys. It was crazy.
In my opinion,
you read The Root?
but it wasn't
I listened to a little bit of you guys reading it. I don't remember. I didn't see it.
It's very Old English.
Yeah. Before passing the threshold, I paused to admire a quantity of grotesque carving lavished over the front, and especially about the principal door, above which, among a wilderness of crumbling griffins and shameless little boys, I detect a date 1500 and the inheritance urge.
Well, our top story tonight, Chicago's.
I feel like my English teacher in high school would have told me that's a run-on sentence.
No, your English teacher
I deserve relief. As mayor on that property tax.
That's your English teacher. No. But I do I do think that people are not using vocabulary like I think that is important. That's why I'm going to read this, because I like the language that's used.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah. I think I'm going to look up her sister's books, because she wrote a preface and a biographical notice, and I really like how she writes. It's a very poetic. I got really moved. Let me see what books she has. Charlotte Bronte.
It kind of makes my brain go in circles though a little bit when I read stuff like that, and then I forget what they wrote, and it's kind of painful.
Wait, it's painful and your brain goes in circles when you read? Oh, that's horrible.
Okay, so
I have a reading comprehension disorder.
You have a reading comprehension disorder? What's it called?
I'm sorry, it's a learning disability. It's reading comprehension.
You are disabled?
I read things.
You sound pretty smart to me. You can accurately describe the disability.
It's not about being smart. What a dumb thing to say. It's not about being smart. It's that when I read, I have my my brain forgets what I read, and I have to reread and reread and reread and reread. It's like exhausting. And so I have to take notes, and I have to listen on tape, and I have to read it 15 times.
But it's okay. I'm like the same way. Like, I don't remember anything.
That's how I got extra time on the ACT.
Oh, what'd you get on your ACTs?
I don't remember at all. Do you?
That shit. I can't remember. I know my highest. I think 36 is like the highest you can get.
Yeah,
so I think that would mean that you went to the Ivy League. I remember my highest like score was my reading comprehension.
I think I got 30s. I went to school in Tel Aviv, so I didn't go to Ivy Leagues. I went to school in Israel.
I mean, if you got in the 30s, that means you're the top, like maybe like 1% of. If it's really,
I'm not a dumb person. I just need to.
No, but if you struggle with reading comprehension, you wouldn't have been able to like score that high.
No, I struggle, but when I have extra time,
She's disabled.
I take notes. It evens out. Like without the extra time, I would have struggled. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
the point of it. So where like it would take you like 30 minutes to read and write a response, it would take me like an hour to read and write a response.
Dude, my carrot just went in my hole in my mouth. That's so weird. Okay, thank God, Joe.
Why are you so weird, John? Like, why are you like this weird comments? Like, she's.
Oh, I don't know, because as soon as I came in the room, you like shat on me and you said I was a disgusting, horrible person. So I don't know. I feel like generally you shat on me.
About Abby.
Oh, then I confused it. Sorry for giving you so much trouble then, Bubbles.
Did I say he's a horrible person? Because I remember saying those specific words about Abby.
No.
Before he joined.
Maybe I confused it. Maybe it's a me problem. But you're so pleasant. Best friends. Abby's disgusting. She's worse. I don't know if she's worse than you, but she's pretty bad. She's a miserable, horrible, disgusting person.
I don't think she's kind, and I think she stabs people in the back, so that makes you a bad person.
She's just got a negative attitude.
Doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't call you a horrible person. I just like how you record everything.
Oh, you don't like my behavior. But do you think that's a me problem or a you problem?
I think it's you. Most people would not feel comfortable being recorded and listened to by people that they choose to listen, that they don't are listening to them. I think it's weird. The average person would find that an uncomfortable situation, wouldn't you?
Well, generally, when I get into debates,
knowingly broadcast to anonymous people, that's a really uncomfortable situation.
Generally, when I get into debates about this topic and I bring evidence in the folder titled "weird," it's generally rejected as being too weird.
I think you're a nice guy. I like what you have to say. I think you add to conversations, but I just can't get over the fact that you record everything and broadcast it to people who I don't know are listening to me. I think that creates an uncomfortable space and makes people not be themselves. So I don't support that.
Weird.
And I think you would be way more enjoyable to be around if you
Weird.
Funny things to say, good things to say. You're smart. So you should just be yourself without the recording
Got it.
aspect.
Has anyone ever told you that maybe you're narcissistic?
That's narcissistic? Okay, what?
I'm just saying that, I live my own life not based on your opinions. I'm an artist and you're a critic, and you should learn the difference between being a critic and being an artist, because you're nothing but a critic.
All right. conversation weird.
Oh, wait, let me go get my weird file folder so I can put a note in the weird section. Please hold. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was an art room. I saw the word art in the title. Pardon me for being an artist and merely existing. I live for criticism, you know.
Sometimes I come to the house and I'm like, you know what? Let me just act normal. Let me just be myself. Let me try to have normal conversations with these people. And then every time I'm proven that like no one is actually normal to speak to, except for Olivia and Nora, who we were having a great conversation. And then you come in, you make it weird, you make it funny, you make it like a jokey thing, and it's like not fun anymore. Like I'm not like this weird person who just like comes on here and fucks around. I wanted to have a nice conversation with these two women, and you're making it weird. It's not fun.
Well, interestingly enough, you're not a moderator, so what does that say about you, Bubbles?
Who gives a shit?
Bubbles, have you read The Count of Monte Cristo?
No.
Have you watched the movie?
No, look it up. What's it called? The Count of Monte Cristo?
Cristo. I'm just looking because I downloaded Apple Book. I'm using my mom's iPad, and so I'm like, I'm downloading these like free books, and that's like, oh, I love the movie, so I was like, let me download the book.
1846. Wow, you're gonna love the language in this one. Probably. It'll probably be really cool.
What was the last book you read, Bubbles?
What?
You've reached a position.
What was the last book you read, Bubbles?
You're lagging out. I can't hear you.
I was asking you, what was the last book that you read?
They don't mind.
Last book I read was probably
the story is that
my thesis in university. I did like
they have the ability
major project on Babi Yard, and so we could only use books from the library actually for that project. So I read books on Babi Yard. Probably the last book I read.
Oh, Benny Morrison, I understand. Oh, Benny Morrison is so intriguing these days. Benny Morrison, Benny Morrison, Benny Morrison.
They attacked an Indian boat just today.
What was the last book you read? Since I'm a narcissist, you should probably ask me about you.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now as I talk to you. In fact, my phone is sitting on the book that I've been reading.
What's it called?
It is called The Isiok Tablet, Its History and Occult Significance by W. Wynne Westcott, Honorable Magus, Society of the Rosicrucians in Angie, Honorable Member of the Hermetic Society of 1887.
Olivia, I found Dracula.
You did? Wait, which one? Is it 2020?
No, the book. Just the book.
Right.
No one's
ever going to believe
I'm assuming it's all based on this book.
It's in our history.
Right?
It's about things that we easily look up.
I think there's multiple. Maybe
So
multiple
it's unfortunate.
This one's
No,
pretty
this
specific.
is new.
You know,
but it's considered.
people are just not going to believe them, but that's their own demise. They're imploding. They're destroying their own credibility and the basis of their own civilization. Because civilizations are built on agreed upon truths. If there is no agreed upon truth, then you have no civilization. Then you have chaos. You have the jungle. And you can see they're sowing chaos. To me, to see them attacking their Muslim neighbors during Ramadan, that was like, that's all the evidence that you would need that these are not there. Again, I think, I'm quite sure that there are good Muslims. I'm certain of it. I know some. They're nice people. However, I do not think, I'm not comfortable with them in power because of this trust issue that you've mentioned. And I'm certainly not comfortable with these terror states, like the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps that we're dealing with. And we're moving all those troops over there. I don't think we're doing it for show. All those military assets, I think they're going to get it again. until they're just not viable.
Well, help them. They need all the help they get. And if their God is real, I didn't say Israel. I said if their God is real, then he'll come and help them. But he's not, then it's what it is.
Their God has delivered them.
If their God is real, don't y'all all worship the same God?
Well, apparently, doing it the wrong way or something.
You know? Like, it's like all y'all have the same mom. Y'all just call her different names. And if mom don't come help me from killing you, then that's not really your mom. That's a crazy way to look at life.
Yeah, I like to put these crazy, obnoxious, like I love doing that. Like my thing, I love doing that.
Let me break it down for this guy. Would you kill somebody and you yell Allahu Akbar? You are the incarnation of the devil. Now, yes. I don't say that it's a different God, but you, sir, are using the name of God to slaughter the innocent. There is nothing more filthy.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, David. I hope I didn't offend you.
I'm saying, like, what you're saying is correct, and, you know, it's pretty obvious that, you know, if I was Joe Stroh, I would say, like, okay, that's not nice. That's pretty obvious. But
oh, my God. Can you let him continue? Shut up, please.
Yeah, Dave, please. We don't need extra commentary. He said it enough. He said it once. But we don't need the extra commentary, Dave. Thanks. Thanks, Dave.
David, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
So, today, you must be on the same feeds as me. And then people say, Norm, you're lying. But then, Megatron, you saw the exact same footage that I did of the audio of the Indian boat. I also saw the guy who tried to climb over the fence of the Israeli consulate in London today. And they grabbed him off the fence.
Yeah, all of Hyde Park, they closed it off because of that. Yes.
And what was he doing there? He wanted to stab people and himself. This is who we're dealing with. So, okay, that's who you want to be. That's who we have to treat. That's how we have to treat you. As you have asked to be treated.
Well, Norma, what do you do when, like, the Muslims are like, look, the Israeli government's doing, quote-unquote, a genocide in Gaza?
Say this again. Say this. So when a liar lies, you treat them like the lying liar that they are. How is that? When has that ever been different? Why is that even a question?
Circumstances under which the same case can be considered.
Like explain
you're derailing in that.
Derailing? No, we're right on topic. What would you like to contribute, T? Never mind the meta. What do you have to say?
Give us some of the Hebrew Israelite stuff that you got. Okay,
yeah. I didn't know he was a Hebrew Israelite.
I'm guessing. I mean, he is black, so.
You guess around. I'm all of them. You know, I believe in all the guys.
Well, if you believe in all the guys, then be in all the guys.
All right, Dave, I told you I need your help, David. I'm good. Thank you. That's it.
I'm confused at the hypocrisy that the statement was made. I wouldn't trust. I don't have anything against Muslims, but I wouldn't trust an Islamic terror state in power. Right now, when those same actions are being taken by the people whose religion you subscribe to, like, why is there a difference? Why do you trust the people who are committing the same acts of genocide and terror versus
the opposite side? You need to stop.
So see, now you're getting into the lying thing again. You've buried the lie. Nobody is committing genocide against these people. They have declared their intention to commit genocide in writing and in words, and then on that declared intention. And therefore, we will take their guns away from them. And by the way, I've been studying recently, they make no distinction between armed
and unarmed combatants. So they have people not wearing uniform running around with guns and bombs. When you run around with a gun and a bomb, you are a legitimate target, and you will be eliminated.
Now, in that same breath, let's just speak truth to power. Israel has a lot of power.
No, that's not true. You have
David.
Why y'all keep telling David?
Because I don't want him to talk too much. It's funny every time I tell him.
It's hilarious.
So you're not speaking truth to power. You're just talking on the internet to me.
Yeah. So see, let me explain this really quick, right? When you speak of a genocide, right? Like the Native Americans, they were systematically through series of years systematically dismantled, correct? They were broken down.
Yeah, their civilization is largely gone.
It's gone.
Whereas the population of the Arabs in Israel has quadrupled. I don't always call them Palestinians because I'm not sure where they got that name from. It doesn't really refer to anything. So we'll just say the Arabs who are in that land.
It doesn't exist.
I don't think it does. Go ahead, G. Next question.
Say this. Let's stay there real quick. I like the definition you used. They were systematically over a course of time wiped out. But it was a reason. The reason, if you're talking about the Native Americans specifically, they were wiped out because the invaders, the colonists that were coming in, wanted their land. There was a fight for the land. So if you're talking about Gaza, there is a fight for the land. There are people that are inhabiting the land that say, hey, this is our land. And there's another group of people that are the invaders technically saying, hey, no.
They attacked our land, Israel, across our border. They flooded in. They thronged in. So your premise is a little bit upside down and backwards. We didn't want their land. We tried to get rid of them. Be a part of Egypt. Go be independent. We pulled all the Jews out in 2005. We even dug up the dead ones. We said in 1978 at Camp David, we said to Sadat, the president of Egypt, before his own people slaughtered him for making peace with Israel, we said to him, take Gaza. He said, I don't want it. Those people are too violent and crazy. So there's Gaza.
Who's doing airdrops? Think about this scene, right? When a Native American, and this is the reason why I use the Native Americans, right? Let's say there was a pregnant Native American woman. Now her belly's out to the air. Would you go? Think of this. A vulnerable woman at this stage of her life. Desperate. Would you go to the door of your enemies to help you birth your child?
Sir, for the last time, we
answer the question.
See, aircraft now.
This is ridiculous. I paid for this seat.
I understand that for the last time, we need to make your questions, but it's your problem.
You answer the question, please, because I'm going to give you the context. It's not. I'm going to give you the context because it's not going to give you the context. I need you to answer the question first. If I'm in duress, I can't check this, so I don't know. But if I'm in duress, I don't know what my brain will do to escape the duress. I might make a decision to go towards my enemy because I don't have any other choice. Like when you're under duress, when people are stressed out in situations, they got to genocide. They're genociding your people. See? Okay, you want to know how many babies were born and are still alive that went to the border of Israel and went to the border and they had the child successful and the child lived? See, you said in desperation mode, you don't know what you
These people represented the genocide. They're being killed. This is the dumbest porch pirate ever. And the reason why is hilarious. Genocide, that's my goal, right? Is saying these are maniacs. If you're comparing it to, and the women are consistently going to the border and have their children. What I will say to you is that I'll get up off of the word genocide. I'll come up off that. I'm going to say for that.
Suddenly, ice started to form. What's surprising was not the cold on his hand, but the fact that he felt heat instead. The substance he put his hand into is called hot ice, and you can easily make it at home if you have vinegar and baking soda. Ripping off a banana price.
It's not like the Israel government, if they really wanted to just be war criminals, they could just go over there and just indiscriminately kill everybody, right? But what they have done is destroy the entire region. It's inhabited, it's uninhabited right now. It's flattened, it's rubble, it's broken. It's happened over the last 2 years. After the October 7th attack, they took that as a green light to go ahead and just, all right, we flipped the switch. The same reason that we had a ceasefire, Israel's out of control is what I'm trying to say. The same reason why we reached a ceasefire and they
I'm still using it. We said no or what?
We should know. We did. Really?
Yes.
I'll post the link.
I have one share next week.
Yeah, it's okay.
Next week is okay. Which is much easier. Okay.
What did that say?
You just want to get better. Breeze.
Now it's ghetto. Now it's ghetto because you can't affect you from now. Thank you for revealing your true face. I love that. Thank you.
This boy walked up to the police and tried to show them how easy it is to get out of handcuffs, which almost made them mad.
I gotta put you guys on this step. You guys gotta get locked up. That's all you gotta do. The back. Literally, right? Carry this one like this, right? Like this, and all swiggly. And then bring it all the way to the front like this. And you're gonna pop it out just like this, guy. I told you, just like this. Watch.
After demonstrating exactly how to do it, he asked if they wanted to try it themselves. The cops stayed professional and told him he'd get in trouble if he kept messing around.
Say they do it again a certain way. It makes it hard for me, or I cannot get it out.
Yes.
Well, let me know how it is. What happened? So let me know how is it though?
Those are reasonable goals. If you have those, those are combatants you have an issue with. That's who you're going to war with, right? You're going to war with Hamas, is what you're saying.
Well, there's about 17 terror groups in Gaza.
Well, as an American, used to be also going against Hamas as well. As an American.
Yeah. By the way, when you see people colonizing America, so you left yourself out. You are living on that so-called colonized land. So you have to include yourself when you're finding some sort of a moral fault.
Well, luckily I exist in a funny space because I'm a descendant of the only group that came here involuntarily. So, I'm a prisoner. I'm a descendant of a POW. I'm a descendant of prisoners of war.
Respect.
were slaves, because if you were born in a shithole African country, I mean, you're much better off for that.
Wait, time out.
Go in the nature room.
Nah, I'm used to racist fuck ass boys like this.
I did this for years. Go in the nature room. There's a bunch of black people in it. Rage Nate. Go to nature room. Yeah, he's a way better place for you to do that.
That's how you get
I don't care about that. I really don't care about that kind of stuff. But, honestly, you can't even use really America against slaves because only 8% of the Atlantic slave trade actually made it to America. So we're talking about over 90% of all the slaves went to Brazil. They all went to South America. So it was only the ones that made it to Santo Domingo and Puerto Rico were the ones, Cuba were the ones who then made it to America. So they only took in, they weren't taking in diseases, they weren't going over there trying to save people. There's no Ellis Island up yet, okay? There's not the home of the free. This is not what's going on. They needed people that were healthy and that were going to work. And they were expensive. No, I'm just letting you know. So,
let me
No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done, bro.
All right, I get it, but calm down.
All right. So now the people that came to America had a very high success rate of living. I'm not saying they're the best living, but the descendants and the DNA of the people that is concentrated in America are from Africa. We can't find any of those descendants and who those people are today in anywhere in South America because they're all dead. But the ones that were brought here,
Listen.
Time out.
You ain't the president.
Wait,
yeah.
Are you telling me that you can't find the descendants of the slave trade anywhere? What are you saying?
As much as we can when it's concentrated. So the people that were brought here,
Trump, double down.
with one another, and you got motherfucking LeBron James.
Yeah, let's not say faded. We were bred. We were bred to be.
Yeah, we were bred. It's got LeBron James.
But
you got Mike Tyson.
But that's why T Mars is upset because we got super sapiens. That's why P Mars is upset because he feels inadequate. What?
Super sapien.
Super.
Where's the super sapien? All right, so where's the super sapien in Brazil? Where's the super sapien? Where is the LeBron James?
Listen. No descendants of your. I said to you, and you're like, listen.
Show me the LeBron James of Brazil.
If you know why? I just said we were bred. Time out. We were bred. That means that
So they can get a nuke?
Time out.
Listen, you ain't the president.
Slavery that
Trump
happened in the
double down
United
for you
States
to
is a
make the
very
regime
unique
change
thing
while
because
you're
we were
at it. To
treated
put
like
an
cattle.
unintegrated
So the
own
slave
socialist
owners would
states
breed
in
the
the house.
best males with the best
cattle. You would not survive
again.
like the slaves didn't survive in any of the
the best of us were made with the best of us. That's how you get the greatest. You ever bred dogs? What are you saying?
Michael Jacksons.
Yeah.
Tysons. They got
because this nigga's crazy. Why do you think that is? Like, how do you think that happened?
Because when it came to America, okay?
You're saying they were treated to great here is what you're saying.
No. They lived. Them living a healthy life was
healthy. Hey, bro, what's wrong with this guy?
You gotta laugh, baby. You gotta laugh. You don't see that big motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, you know how they get bred like that. We bred to be monsters.
So you have to.
We're bred that way.
All right. So you have to be alive and have a lineage of.
Is this Tekashi 6ix9ine? This dude is crazy.
I don't get it yet.
He sounds just like Tekashi 6ix9ine.
You don't get it yet.
You don't get it at all.
No, you don't get it. They got some skinny ass.
Brazil is a mix.
You go to Brazil.
In America, you can't be mixed.
Black people. They got some skinny ass black people. They got them.
In America, we just started mixing just now. Brazil got
They got red bones in Brazil. They ain't got no red bone in Brazil.
jail.
Yeah, and don't let the looks fool you, my man. Yours bigger than yours. That woman, that person you think is a woman is gonna pull out a yarn that better be bigger than yours. And then they're gonna say, well, who's bending over now, motherfucker?
You can go down the street and find that shit right here in America.
They got that shit in Brazil too.
Yeah, they got it right here in America as well.
Okay.
Not as much as in Brazil.
What's that?
It started
Not as much as it is in Brazil.
here, but in Brazil it's been like that for like 20, 30 years.
Yeah. You see what they were breeding out there? The big difference they were breeding out here?
This motherfucker's a troll, bro. I thought we was breeding out there. It's crazy.
Yeah, see, bro. Come on, bro. You go to any place in the world. Now, I'm gonna keep it real with you, see. Every black person that was a slave is still a second-class citizen today in those places, except for America. You're not gonna find the same success rate.
Wow.
Yeah, this shit is crazy. Yeah, but you know why? You know why America?
You got OJ. You got motherfucking OJ. Who's the OJ? Who's the OJ? Don't do it. Yeah, exactly. Don't do it because you know I got the rest of the names. I got the Delphonics. Who's the Delphonics? No, tell me who the Delphonics is in Arabia. They don't got one. Who's the Bobby Brown in Arabia? They don't got one. They don't have it. They don't have a success rate. They don't give a fuck about those people. So see, you gotta watch your mouth when you talk about, us black people. First of all, they're not black. The only black people that are black live in America. Those people are African. They could go back to the motherfucking mud hut and the bitch with the platelet and find out where the fuck they came from. You can't, see? You can't. There's no mud hut or bitch with a platelet for you to go back to. You gotta realize that shit. You're American. You built this fucking country.
Hey, when the fuck did I even go? Y'all, who is he talking to? Nah, you can't be, because I ain't made none of these boys. This is he's just like spawning.
You're laughing at him, bro. You gotta laugh at him, man.
This motherfucker's crazy.
Come on, bro.
This motherfucker's crazy. It's not funny. It's scary that he needs this shit. This crazy.
Chuckling. You know you're laughing.
Bro,
it's funny.
I'm from New York. Yo, you gotta see some of the black dudes that when I be joking around with them and I bring up the platelet shit, yo, they start twitching. Like, they're like, yo, what is he doing? What is he saying right now? Like, they start twitching, B. I get you. I understand. See?
I'm convinced you Tekashi 69, bro. This motherfucker is an expert troll. He said platelet. Do y'all understand? Who is this nigga is crazy? Platelet. I ain't never heard nobody call it that. That's fucked up, man. Platelet is crazy as hell.
I'm from New York as well. I'm from.
See what I hear. I didn't ask you, but Dave, I didn't ask you anything about where you're from. I didn't ask you to make a comment. You know what I'm saying? You gotta chill, Dave. I'm trying to run a show over here, bro. Thank you. Now go ahead, see what was you said?
It's shit. I'm just sitting back. I'm about to get some food at Loud Guys.
Yeah, go do your thing, man.
Crazy
go
shit.
Do your thing. Go do your
While Israel continues to carpet bomb little kids.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It's under respect.
There you go. There you go. There you go. You did it again.
Yeah, they don't do carpet bombs. They use cell phones to bomb them. Carpets are Arabs.
That's also not true.
That's Latin. Yeah.
You guys need to be educated to understand what's happening in this world.
Yo, you're fucking up. See, I swear to God, he used to start defending Israel, and then all of a sudden, you gotta be you, and I don't know what it is up with these new Hebrew Israelites, but they have to Jew the Jew. Like, y'all think y'all are real Jews because some guy from Harlem read a book on an encyclopedia that Malachi was black.
His name is,
Yeah, like, seriously. No, Malachi, the last
false prophet, Malachi?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was black. So
no, is Malachi, is he a good guy or a bad guy?
I don't know Malachi.
Who is it?
The weird thing.
Melancholy? Melancholy? Is that what you want to call him? Manicotti? Melancholy or manicotti? Whatever you want to call him. Maragog. Yeah. I gotta say it the way the white people say it though. It's just funny as hell.
Yeah, like when I go to my favorite.
I'm gonna have to put Dave in the audience, bro. I'll put you in the audience, Dave. Unfucking believable, this guy. After every time I say something, you know who does that? CM does shit like that, Dave. Don't inspire to be like CM. All right, Dave, please.
But you're pointing out something, Megatron, that this guys like she have all this privilege. They're living better than any other black diaspora on the planet. They're enjoying the fruits of their ancestors' hard work and labor, and they try to somehow play victim and claim money that was not paid to their ancestors, hundreds of years ago. Like Lakers, like you did.
Wait.
Something.
So what about shit? I live here. I pay taxes. I live here. Work pay taxes. I'm not look. You talking to the wrong person with the reparation shit. I don't give a fuck about your money. The money, the reason your parents couldn't even come to this country in the first place is because of sacrifice my ancestors. I know you got a real American. I can hear it in your voice. Motherfuckers are. No, you're not. You're not more American than me. So
how could you be more American?
Because my lineage dates back to when the country started. I've been here from the beginning. You haven't. The people are around. So
you don't know that.
How did you figure out what your lineage is? Explain. Who's your lineage?
Slaves in South Carolina.
Okay.
And the Jones plantation of South Carolina.
Okay, but don't tell him that he doesn't know his lineage. That's not correct.
So you were born here against your will. Now you want to take some credit for that?
Wait. Like I said,
the fact that you
are not as American as me. And
that's not true.
Black of it.
It's just an assumption.
You're either Mexican or you're not. There's not like degrees of American. It's on or off. You're in or you're out.
Quick question, Normo. Who was expelled from Spain in 1493?
The Muslims and the Jews.
Where do you think they went? They had to jump on a boat, right? See? They get the fuck out of Dodge? Where do you think they went?
They went and raped all the women in the Tainos all through the Caribbean. That's what they did. Showed up and brought Jesus. They forced Jesus onto a whole bunch of native folks, raped them up, tortured them. Changed the course. I was talking about the Jews. The Jews funded it. The Jews weren't. The Jews. They funded it. The Jews funded it.
They were getting robbed.
Okay. With all due respect, let's assume the Jews do whatever you said they're going to do. What is the end goal?
The end goal is for us to condemn the Israeli government for carpet bombing apartment buildings.
That's not nice.
Is that ignorant? Why are you saying you know nothing about?
How can we not know anything about them? They're the biggest contributors and lobbyists in our country. We gotta know about them. What are you talking about?
They're not having fun.
Wait, the APAC. What are we?
Did you vote for
playing revisionist history?
Did you?
Nah, I haven't voted since Obama.
You haven't voted since the first time. You don't even
I don't vote.
The Congress.
Fuck that.
That's crazy, bro.
In America. APAC is not even in the top 30.
You know what I think we should do? We should let every African American in the United States get a zero interest $5 million loan.
We don't want that shit.
Right? If they want to, keep the high credit. No. Listen.
Why is your first instinct to give us a money?
Listen to my idea. I say we give $5 million to every child born from a date forward, and the existing people that live here, and then the next day we open up LLCs all over the country stealing these fucking people's money. That's what I think we should do.
Why? Or you could just vote in the next election to get the Republicans out of office.
What's gonna happen?
You know,
if
so
they
that
give you a reparation,
Israel
you're
can
just gonna
stop
take it back.
stoking the fires of World War III, so they could bring Jesus back, or whoever their savior is. All of the Zionists.
This is
Calm down. Calm down.
All right. Dave, I'm gonna put you in the audience, and see, I'm gonna put you in the audience too because you're starting to be annoying now. So now, Marcella, this is the reason why people like myself and the other guy that was in this room do not care about this second coming. These people use it as a weapon. And guess I'm gonna sit here and say, I'm normal. If you guys have an expectation of a Messiah, you have the scriptures, we have the same. We come to this conclusion, and if you don't think we fulfilled it, oh, I'm sorry. That's for your Messiah, right? And that's what I'm gonna tell the Jew. I'm not gonna follow their rules. We read the Greek, Septuagint. And we have a clear understanding of who the Messiah is. And he came and he conquered. That's it. These people keep pushing this bullshit with Jesus coming back. Oh, you want to bring the Jesus back, This is the eschatology that's getting us in this fucking problems today. That's why I don't believe in this shit no more.
We need a doctor who could fix us, an eschatologist. We need we need an eschatologist.
Yeah, I don't understand. What's with this? Oh, he's coming back. Shit doesn't make any sense, bro. Doesn't make any sense. Coming back for what? He's gonna be Jihad Jesus? That's when he's gonna come back and be Jihad Jesus? Come on, bro. Let's put it together, guys. And you explain normal. I can't take these people serious because if they deny the consensus, right? They're denying the consensus. They want to take consensus when it comes to their hadith or to their history. They're taking consensus. But when it comes to anything else, they don't take no consensus. It's consensus this man died on the cross. I don't understand for 1 second they're going to sit there and blatantly say he was a Muslim. On top of him being a Muslim, he was raised up in bodily form. He didn't die on the cross. And then they're going to look at you with a straight face in the next sentence and say, oh, it's a conspiracy. They want to take our land and look at what the Jews are doing. No, I'm not going to believe a word you say. I'm not going to believe anything that you say. You say that the Kaaba, that Abraham built the Kaaba in Arabia. That's also a lie. Like, all these things are lies. He took Ishmael to be sacrificed. The book literally says Isaac. The actual book, the Quran, literally says Isaac. 1171. The one who laughed. What's Isaac's name? Exam question. Thank you. So now it's not even that person anymore. Now you have to take that it is Isaac and it is Mount Moriah, right? And it's not the Kaaba. But what do you say to that? No, you're going to keep that as a lie, and you're going to keep saying it over and over and over again while you're telling us that the Israeli militia, whatever you want to call it, oh, they're terrorizing you guys, it's gentrification, all this bullshit, whatever it is. I don't believe you, bro. I don't believe any of you. You guys are liars. Liars. You do it on a daily basis. So until you start coming to some kind of truth, right? And you start actually speaking the language everyone else speaks, or you're gonna be, because when you do cry wolf that many fucking times, no one's gonna fucking help you. No one's gonna believe you. And that's my problem, not normal. That's my main problem with all this conspiracy shit. Their own religion is a conspiracy. Go ahead.
What's up, bro? I've only just come back in and I've missed a bit. What's up with you, bro?
Oh, you alright? I'm trying to keep it. I'm not trying to keep it. I'm not trying to be an Islamophobe. I'm just keeping it real.
Keeping it a fact.
Friend. Keeping it 100.
Like, you're lying about Jesus being a Muslim? Do you really need a banner and you're passing out Quran saying Jesus was a Muslim? Do you know how stupid y'all look when you say that? It's only you guys that think this shit is like official.
They have banners and shit on?
There's banners, and then you have people like God Logic and Sam Shamoon just going out there and embarrassing the shit out of these guys.
Oh,
It's crazy. And then on top of that, they're on video every single day having the same conversations over and over and over. It has to be a disease. It's literally it's a mind-altering disease, this book. They don't realize that. Look at the thousands upon thousands of videos of them losing the same arguments over and over and over and over again, and they don't care. They are liars.
Liars. Unfortunate.
Yo, Draco, seriously, bro. It gets to the point where it's like, yo, at least the Ismailis, at least the Atharis, at least these people are taking scientific or historical consensus. They're adding it to their theology. I gotta give it to Searcher. At least he has an explanation, right?
Yeah,
at least he has an explanation.
I like Searcher's responses. They're better than others. He at least ties the dots together and at least makes a point. So I agree with you there.
Yeah. I can't. Oh, he doesn't say he's God. It doesn't say he's God in the Gospels. They go to John 17:3. Listen to this one. John 17:3. The one who sent you. What? Who sent? How do you send somebody? He has to exist. We're not oneness. We're not modalists. We're not saying he existed in the mind of God. We're saying no, he really existed, and that's how he was sent. And then ask him a basic sentence. How do you send somebody normal? How do you send somebody to the store that doesn't exist?
Impossible.
Because you can't do it. The language is there. And they repeat it over and over and over again. And you got videos. We got you guys saying this shit in here too. Oh, it's the one who sent him. The one who sent him. The one who sent him. The one who sent him.
Do you know, the best thing about that verse, so that's everything. Eternal life. Where does eternal life come from? From the one who was sent and the one who sent him. So from the Father and the Son, that's where eternal life comes from. So
they can censor you on X or Instagram if they don't like your opinion on a variety of topics, sexual orientation, government safety,
and it ends at 5 saying that he was with him before the worlds were created. But they want to go to John 17:3. I mean, come on, guys, man. We got to be better. We have to be better, man. We have to be better. We have to be honest. And you guys are not that violent. The Catholics are way more violent. Everything. We have such a strong they were going over today. I was listening to some Protestants going over some things about how much strong the Catholics have over this country. It's and you know what's great about it? No one talks about it.
Oh, way down south.
I'm sorry, El Normo. But you're getting the shit out of that one because the ones who are really in charge, they don't say anything about the Catholic Church. You don't ever hear anybody talking about the Catholic Church. But they think because you guys have a few lawyers and stuff, it's crazy. Insane. Sorry, I had to go on a rant today, Draco. Sorry, I'm almost.
It was fun.
I have to do it sometimes. I have to do it sometimes. I have to get it out. I have to get it out. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate things have to be this way. But no, normal. Isn't it a disease? Isn't it a mind-altering disease? How they can just lie like that over and over and over again?
Based on my experience, yes, it's a mind virus.
Are you sure? Have we met before? We met before, haven't we?
Maybe.
So Forgive my ignorance. So you're Jewish, yeah? Obviously.
Why do you ask?
You know, like I come up with so much. Like I talk to so many different Jewish people. This happened on others, and I get all these different answers. So I don't want to be disrespectful towards you or anything.
Why don't you just read instead of talking to Joe Schmo on the street or on the internet? Why don't you just read? Can you read it all?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, so like that Talmud thing. That's where I get stuck in it.
Have you read it?
Why are you reading the Talmud? It's got nothing to do with Christianity. What does this person want? Who's this person that's gonna come up here?
Don't know.
Can you post this? I'm surprised it's uncensored. Zuck, how is the information on propagating to kill lies you help spread with Fauci daily on fake?
You got a good point out actually, man. Maybe I need to have a look. I'll have a look into all of it.
Look into it. You're never gonna understand it. You're never gonna read it. That's why I don't read it. That's why people that aren't Jewish don't read it.
Yeah, like, but that was said. Like, I tried reading the Quran, but then like I don't want to sound disrespectful to that. But even that, like I thought, no, it's not for me, man. Dilemma, man, dilemmas.
Alright, someone invite Dave up. Oh, what's up, Ahmed? I had to go on one of my little rants. I'm about to go in pretty soon.
You have to buy me if I'm going to bring him up.
Oh, you want to bring up Dave?
If you want me to, sure. I like Dave a lot.
Let's see if Moshe, you there? Bring up Dave. Yeah, let me shut this shit off. What's up, Ahmed?
What's up, man?
Chilling. Just over here yelling at the Jews.
Whoa. We're not yelling at
I'm yelling at the Jews about the Exelarch.
Well, why would you yell? Well, why?
I'm yelling at them about.
Being anti-Semitic.
I'm not saying they're anti-Semitic, but why would you yell at
President Trump doubled down fully connected Michigan. Well, yeah, deploy all sanctuary states now.
No, I'm upset that the Exelarch showed the Caliphate everything that they need to know.
What is the Exelarch?
The Exelarch is the Jewish patriarch in Persia.
Oh.
Is that good or bad?
You want to read? You can read for a second? I'll educate you really quick. Yeah, sure. I'll give it to you. Yeah, look here. You want to know about the Exelarch? Yeah, read this for me really quick. You can educate the room too. This is a nice. This is a nice history lesson here. There we go. Look at it right here. The Exelarch is here. I'm gonna put it up here. Hold on, and I got the links too. Hold on, normal. And I got sources.
No.
Let's see, love to read. Here, normal.
Wow.
Read this link. Read this link at the top.
In the top?
Yeah, hold on. It's here right now.
Wow.
Read this one.
I'm very skeptical of anything that comes out of the Islamic regime right now, so I don't know if we can believe what they say is coming out of whoever they say.
No, this has to do with Jewish history. It's nothing to do with Islam.
With all due respect, do you know Jewish history? With all due respect, do you know Jewish history?
All right, Dave, read the link on normal.
My name is David.
Conspiracy.
It's David.
The Exelarch functioned almost like a Jewish prince in exile. The key characteristics, the leader of the Jewish diaspora in Babylonia, claimed descendants of the King of David, recognized the Persian and later Islamic rulers, overseers of laws, courts, taxes, and Jewish communal life. The office existed roughly about 2nd century from 2nd century CE up until the Mongol destruction of Baghdad in 1258.
With all due respect, we hear your point. I hear your point.
I didn't hear it. What was the point, Dave?
But okay, with all due respect, I hear his point.
The Exarch was a political and a communal leader of Jewish population in Babylonia, Mesopotamia, for many centuries after the destruction of the first temple.
Why did you say Jewish?
So they were the head of the exit. So they were the head of the Israel because when who took over Persia?
Okay, it's
now called Iran.
That's a separate conversation.
No, it's not. It's not because
no, it is. It is.
Midrash. No, be quiet. The Midrash, or the explanation of Torah, stopped in the 6th century, and from the 7th century on, in that Torah was all Hadith, all the Quran came, and then later on the Tafsirs, and all the scholarship, and all these people, and they were all under that Islamic ruling. So the Jews still prospered with their corrupted scripture. How did they let these people prosper?
You can't say
scripture. Doesn't make any sense, bro.
No.
How do they prosper with corrupted scripture?
You're wrong. No. Absolutely not.
Let me read on. Here. Their authority, the Exarch, a real governmental power over the Jews in Babylonia. For example, they appointed judges and rabbis, collected taxes from Jewish communities.
Stop saying Jews. Why do you keep saying Jews? Stop saying that. Okay, but it has nothing to do with the current.
They represented the Jews to the.
Okay, whatever.
They won't shut up. Kick them.
Why you
You make home affordability unaffordable. Let's start there before we skim real quick to join.
The great academias are Sura. Oh, Sura. How was it? That was the academic place. That was great. I love Sura. And Brombelia. I don't know what that means. Under the broad authority or protection of the Exarch. However, later tensions developed between the political authority and the Goyim. The Genoim. It just made that up. So they look at the Islamic ruler that recognized them from the 7th century all the way up to the Mughal Empire, Mughal invasion. The Islamic conquest was 636 to 651. The Muslim conquest of Persia, when the early Islamic armies defeated the Sassanian Persian Empire, the Jewish communities of Babylonia suddenly came under Muslim rules. The caliphates adopted their political systems, just like Christians to the patriarchs, Jews to the exarchs, so on and so forth. The caliphate officially recognized the Exarch as the first Exarch that acknowledged by the Muslim rulers, and his name is Basadonia or some shit like that. The caliphate allowed him to rule the Jewish communities. He was given legal authority over the Jews, reportedly received royalty privileges and estates. He was even given a wife. Check this out. The priestly, the high rank class was called demi. Look at that. And they paid a jizya that they collected themselves and gave to the caliphate. Picture that. Look how good communication they had. Look how good of a community they had together. And then the Mughal Empire changed. So something happened, man. Something changed. There was a regime change. Something happened, bro. I don't know what happened. But I have an idea what happened. I really, really do. I have this idea of what happened. And it's about the preservation of the Quran. That's where this leads to for me. That's the reason why I have an issue. Because when I start to look at the historical way that people preserve things, like in museums and so on and so forth, I start to realize that the manuscript history was controlled by the West. By the West, yeah, look. Why is it that all the oldest Qurans are not in the institutions of the Muslims? I'll put the link at the top. Put it at the top. And this is all historical. This is not conspiracy. You can look at this and you can look at the dates and you can look at the people that they had them and the Orientalists that went to these countries. Look at this. Look, I'll pin it at the top. Let's see who preserved the Quran. Not saying it's not preserved, but we'll see who preserved them. Okay? No, this is not a conspiracy, but it's a combination of colonial expansion, antique markets, weak manuscript preservation in early Islamic countries, Western academic interest, the deliberate removal during wars, importantly, the Muslim political regimes that did not prioritize in preserving early Quranic codices. Look, early Muslim empires did not preserve manuscripts. They did not have a strong archive culture for preserving early codices. Early codices were used in mosques until they wore out. Manuscripts were buried. They were mostly buried or burned, as they would to do in respect to sacred scriptures. And the scholars mainly relied on recitation chains, like isnads, not manuscripts. But many of the earliest codices either degraded, and ones that survived often were remotely collected in mosques in poor storage condition, okay? So now we have, between the 1700s and the 1900s, this is recorded history, European powers expanded into the Middle East, Central Asia, and Africa. The major collectors, Great Britain, France, Russia.
At Joe Hero, Pagan Brad, and apparently he told Joe that me and you were having sexual relations.
What? I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah, you had to get your handle with that one.
So just so you know.
So I'm about to go the fuck off then.
Yeah, apparently they gave you the nickname KP Tripod.
Yeah, so if you're here using your, if anyone asks you questions, that's where it derived from.
You know what?